Chapter 371. Is there anything that can raise my combat strength in a short time? Be it pills, external pills, spiritual artifacts, I just need a moment. Long Ying was originally a little shocked and wanted to say something to persuade him. However, when he heard the last sentence, he kept silent. To raise combat strength in a short time, he had numerous methods. However, they were all shortcuts that didn't care about the foundations. However, if it was just a moment, then it was okay. Taking in a deep breath, Long Ying's voice opened once more. I do have one. Actually, you just need to awaken the natural protector beast on your arm. Zhongshou couldn't help but curl his lips. Didn't he know? However, this lightning-winged flood dragon was at a crucial moment and was originally in deep sleep. When that giant dragon left, it left 2 drops of dragon blood. Without 10 days to half a month, he wouldn't be able to digest it. If he forcefully awakened it now, it would delay the evolution of the beast. For this long raw, it wasn't worth it for him to do that. It seems like you aren't willing. Dragon Shadow Old Man had expected this, breaking out into a laugh. I do have a Heaven Grade 2 external pill that I snatched a long time ago. I remember that person had already merged 2 heaven veins into it. Originally, I was planning on giving you a 3rd-tier magic treasure later, but I didn't expect that you would be able to do so. However, if you want it, I can exchange it for this item. Zhong Shouxin instantly hesitated and regretted it. A grade 3 magical treasure that he could use was much better than an external pill. Even if he couldn't use it now, once he reached grade 7 and refined it, he would be invincible against same grade spirit masters. On the other side, Long Ying couldn't help but hesitate. When he said that, the space around him suddenly rippled once more. A moment later, a red and blue jade stone appeared in front of his eyes, shining brightly. Looking out, he only felt that the spiritual energy was like a wave that wouldn't be extinguished. Samuraim's eyes shone brightly as he grabbed it with one hand. Using his mind to feel, he felt that not only were there 7 earth veins wrapping within, but there were also 2 spiritual veins that were 10 times larger, pretty much occupying 70% of the space within. The spiritual veins within were actually 1 ice and 1 fire, balancing each other out. Without hesitation, Zhongshou inserted his genuine qi into it. He then used his spiritual energy to seal layers of restrictions into the stone. He didn't need to completely refine it. He only needed to borrow the enormous spiritual energy within it. I can help you refine this item. A strange force suddenly poured into Zhongshou. In just a moment, the connection between Zhongshou and the external elixir increased greatly. At this moment, that old man Long Ying said with a sincere tone, although the external pill is strong, it isn't the right path. Your current cultivation is too low and your fleshly body is weak. The burden of using this item was extremely heavy, and the slightest carelessness could cause damage to one's veins. Furthermore, he could not be confused by external forces and forget his root. However, with your sword soul realm martial Dao, you don't need to be too concerned. Alright, what do you want this for? Zhongshou was speechless, thinking to himself, why did this Long Ying only think about asking the reason now? Keeping silent and not replying, Zhongshou looked at the direction of the person. After a long while, he said calmly, since he already sees me as a heart demon, then I, Zhongshou, won't mind becoming the demon in his heart, the nightmare of his life. That old man Long Ying held his breath, following which he laughed. How bold, as expected from my disciple Long Ying. He laughed maniacally. His voice was filled with anticipation. External elixir? 1,000 feet away, Long Ruo was startled as he looked at Zhongshou's body. The red and blue jade stone that suddenly appeared entered his field of vision right away. He recognized that it was a heaven-grade external elixir. However, this matter made Long Ruo even more confused. Looking at its grade, it is at least heaven grade level 2, merging in at least 2 heaven veins. Han Nishui frowned. As he was worried that the martial saint's spiritual sense would notice, he was really careful when he communicated. In the air, he used spiritual energy to draw words to replace words. There were no sound fluctuations, and all the spiritual energy was retracted. Does he want to borrow the power of the external elixir for Zhong Shou? However, this kid has no internal energy, so what is the use of this item? What Li Yuandan paid more attention to were those yellow dots. Thinking back for a long time, he recalled the background of this item. He also gathered spiritual energy to form words in the air. That should be dragon essence. I heard that all true dragon species are the purest beings in the world. The so-called dragon essence is naturally formed around their bodies when they absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy. It is useless to these true dragons, but to us human race cultivators and all beasts, it can be compared to top-grade pills. It can strengthen the body, strengthen the source and increase energy. Looking at that Long Ying's intention, he wants to merge the dragon essence into that Zhong Shou's body. What a waste of resources! With the barriers from heaven, what is the use of this method? No matter how he is trained, he will still be trash. Long Ruo was silent, numerous questions rose up in his heart at the same time. He was just a successor of the Sword Dao. Why would Dragon Shadow treat this kid so well? Just as these suspicions rose in his mind, he suppressed them all in an instant. The killing intent in his heart was already set, so why did he need to think about all this? No matter what this Zhong Shou and Long Ying were doing, it didn't matter. He just needed to chop off this Zhong Shou's head. Since he was going to help Zhong Shou merge with the dragon essence, then old man Long Ying, who was hundreds of worlds away, wouldn't be able to divert his attention. This was a good chance to attack. Thinking about that, lightning flashed across Long Ruo's eyes. You really want to attack? Han Nishui's brows were tightly furrowed. After all, this person is the monster king of Gantian Mountain, the lord of a city. After killing him, the responsibility isn't small. There is also Long Ying martial saint looking over. Even if he won't take revenge for this kid, he won't want his face to be damaged. Even so, I still have to kill him. This is a battle of the Dao path. This kid blocked my path, which is why I can't back off. After killing him, I will leave the cloud world in case I drag down the sect. I have a way to hide my tracks and hide from the martial saint intent. Long Ruo has a feeling that if we don't get rid of this kid soon, there will be a day when the three of us will die in his hands. Slightly shaking his head, Long Ruo turned around and looked coldly at the two of them. If you aren't willing, you can back out. Long Ruo's words were formed from fire element spiritual energy. Han Nishui instantly took in a deep cold breath, only feeling an ice-cold intent seep into his bone marrow. This Long Ruo was truly insane, a complete and utter insanity. In his heart, he had an understanding that if he rejected now, then the first one to suffer from Long Ruo's crazy revenge would be him. This person planned far and wide, dragging Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect and Pill Fountain Sect into this matter. After this, if Long Ying Martial Saint took revenge, their two sects wouldn't be able to get out of this matter. Li Yuandan was also silent, not saying a word, only his eyes flashing. In his heart, he was already regretting. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have mixed with these two people. Killing this Zhong Shou wasn't difficult, one sword could end him. What was difficult was the aftermath. In the eyes of Long Ying Martial Saint, they were just like ants. Once he found traces of them, he could kill them with a flick of his finger. If he had to temporarily leave the cloud world and live in fear, he would rather swallow this anger and think of another way to solve the problem of the mysterious moon with brilliance method. Long Ruo swept the two of them, the cold glow in his eyes was retracted. Laughing coldly, he once again looked at Zhong Shou 1,000 feet away. In his heart, he knew that although he had shocked the two people behind him, he couldn't make them follow him wholeheartedly. However, he didn't ask the two of them to go all out to help him. He just needed them to help him from the side. As long as they entered the trap, it would be tough for them to get out. Suddenly, a black thread slid down from his sleeves. It looked like a small snake, but it had scales and horns. His eyes were also cold as he looked forward. The broken blade sword in Long Rua's hand was gathering more and more soul power. Threads of light whistling sounds started to spread out. Han Nishue's expression turned solemn. He knew that Long Rua was prepared to attack, which was why he didn't try to hide anymore. Looking at Zhong Shou, those yellow dots had mostly seeped into his body. His face was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious that he had reached the most crucial moment. In the next instance, he heard Long Rua holler, "Help me!" Han Nishue's heart sunk. Speaking of which, he was one of the reasons. Since things had reached such a stage, he couldn't push it away anymore. He didn't hesitate anymore, casting out several spells in an instant. Chanting incantations in his mouth, 2 grade 7 spirit beasts appeared on the mountain beside him. Han Nishue's soul instantly broke out of its shell, following which he controlled numerous spiritual waves to gather towards Long Rua. Grand Cloud Spirit Guiding Technique, Grand Cloud Essence Spirit Technique. A series of spells buffed Long Rua's body. Li Yuandan sighed, his left hand taking out a black pill of unknown grade. He clenched his fist and smashed it, following which his right hand lightly patted on the back of Long Rua. He actually converted the medicinal power of the pill in one breath and slapped it into the body of another person. Long Rua's face instantly flushed red, the glow in his eyes became brighter as he shook his sleeves. That tiny black snake had already pounced out. Just as it was 100 feet away, its body shook and turned into 1,000 feet long. It opened its mouth and bit forward. Pretty much at the same time, 2 grade 7 spirit beasts that were also snake-shaped appeared at the side and circled around to protect him. Long Rua didn't hesitate anymore, his soul rising into the air. It was like a ball of smoke, but it shone with a golden glow, vast yang power. He drove that broken blade sword and with a flash, he was hundreds of feet out. He stabbed towards Zhong Shou's throat. Just this sword and he could end this kid's life. Although Li Yuandan was unwilling when he attacked. At this moment when he saw the situation, he was shocked. Long Rua's cultivation was just half a step away from grade 8. At this moment, with the buffs of the 2 spells and medicinal powers, the strength of this sword was enough to be compared to a peak grade 8 expert. It was also at this moment that Li Yuandan suddenly saw 2 people walking out of another cave from the corner of his eyes. Li Yuandan was first shocked. Apart from them, there were people who didn't come out of the cave. In the next moment, he recognized that it was Long Rua's junior nephew. One of the 2 most outstanding people in the 4th generation of Lingyun sect. However, at this moment, Yan Feibai and Gu Yunyun's faces were filled with despair. Chapter 372. When that giant black flood dragon turned its body and bit over, Zhong Shou also opened his eyes. The lightning-winged sword was already tightly held in his hand, similarly storing up energy and waiting to strike. At this moment, the intense pain from the dragon essence merging into his body was like thousands of blades cutting all over his body. Although during this process, Old Man Long Ying tried his best to suppress the changes of the violent dragon essence in his body to reduce the pain. However, the effect was minuscule. Within his body, the world-shocking true energy of the fire and water spiral was surging up and down in his 2 meridians. That external pellet also injected large amounts of spiritual energy into his meridians. It caused his 9 chakra meridians to be filled up, being squeezed until they were about to explode. Zhong Shou could only fully focus on the sword in his hand. He was able to forget all the pain that was like thousands of knives cutting him up. Actually, he didn't forget, but he just turned this pain into fighting intent. The more painful it was, the more awake he became. The killing intent in his chest also rose to the maximum during this process. All the potential in his body was being ignited bit by bit. Are you really prepared to kill this Long Rua? I have never heard of that mysterious cloud spirit sect and pill fountain sect. However, the ancestor of this Lingyun sect was a famous grandmaster in the past. Although you don't care, in the future it won't be easy for your Gantian mountain to unify Donglin Cloud Continent. Long Ying's voice was filled with a teasing smile by his ear. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear anything, his eyes were silent and cold. The strength of the Lingyun sect ancestor had nothing to do with him. He only knew that today he wouldn't allow the three of them to leave safely in front of his eyes. Since they were already enemies, then why would he show them any mercy? Would the Lingyun, mysterious cloud, and pill spirit sects pity Gantian Mountain and let them off? In just a moment, that black flood dragon had already charged in front of him. The horn on its forehead shone with a cold light, energy hidden within. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath, and then when the two of them were 200 feet apart, he pulled out his sword. Platinum Dragon Sword, slash. The dazzling sword light of the spiraling Gang Qi instantly dyed the entire cave blue and red. He swung it diagonally and chopped in front of him. The sword was pointed at the head of the black flood dragon, the giant horn that seemed indestructible, using the edge to break the edge, using sharpness against sharpness. Clang! A deafening and sharp sound suddenly shook the entire cave. The speed at which the mountain was collapsing became faster and faster. At this moment, the black flood dragon also let out a wail and bent its huge body violently to retract its head. At this moment, the incomparably sharp horn had been directly split into two from the center. The sword's momentum was not straightened, and it even directly cut into the forehead of the flood dragon, drawing a long bloody wound. He was only half a step away from breaking into the brain. Long Ruo rode the broken blade sword and followed behind. At this moment, he felt his heart stop. He was extremely shocked. How could such a sharp sword slash out from Zhong Shou's hands? Could it be Long Ying? Impossible. Even a martial saint wouldn't be able to control the dragon essence to temper Zhong Shou's body while slashing out such an unparalleled sharp sword. In the next instance, Long Ruo's spiritual sense was attracted by Zhong Shou's cold gaze that swept over. It was also filled with killing intent, but it was also extremely calm. Long Ruo's mind also instantly calmed down. Since he had already attacked, then there was no room for regret. No matter what the reason was, he just needed to kill this Zhong Shou and everything would be solved. The broken blade sword slanted downwards to avoid the black flood dragon that was bending its body. It brought a bright trajectory in the air, following which it increased its speed to its maximum, hard to be seen by the naked eye as it sped towards Zhong Shou. Along the way, it kept all the metal element's spiritual energy within. This sword could break metal and shatter blades. It was the sword intent of the metal-breaking sword. Samuraim's light flashed, and the sword attack changed once more. He stepped on the ground, gathering up large amounts of earth energy. The sword in his hand seemed to be pressing down on numerous giant mountains, appearing extremely heavy. This was the Yellow Dragon Sword. The sword attack seemed heavy, but it seemed slow but was actually quick. Moreover, it was getting faster and faster. Slashing from left to right, no matter how the sword light changed, it wouldn't be able to escape from this sword. This time, it was actually a low, pung sound. That short but sharp white sword light was actually smashed away by this Zhong Shou's sword. Yellow Dragon Sword. This sword actually had the strength of a mountain range. Long Ruo's soul was also smashed away by the huge power that surged over. Only 1,000 feet away did he stabilize himself. Luckily, the broken blade sword was at the side and didn't break out of his control. In his heart, it was like a fire talisman had exploded in his brain. Numerous questions struck his mind. 99 Long Ying Sword. This Zhong Shou could actually use the 99 Long Ying Sword? Where did this fellow get such vast internal energy? Even if he had an external pill, his body should have enough foundations to lead it in. 10 days, how could this fellow use the sword move that he had just comprehended in battle? And it seemed like he had grasped the complete sword intent. Was it really longing? But this aura was obviously not right. On the side, Han Nishui and Li Yuandan's faces were dark and sunken. At this moment, Jianji didn't dare to believe his eyes. At the start, he also suspected that Long Ying had attacked. However, his spiritual sense could clearly sense that the sword energy came from Zhong Shou himself. However, how could this Zhong Shou have such thick energy? The sword light shook. Not only did energy explode between the two of them, the entire mountain was shaken by this huge power, continuously shaking. The collapse of the mountain stone became more and more intense. Zhong Shou also stumbled back several steps. Just now when they clashed, he had directed a large portion of the force into the ground. The spiral sword energy also dissipated a portion of it. However, there was still a portion that charged into his body. In just 10 steps or so, his figure had already stabilized. More than half of the strength qi in his body had dissipated. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. He knew that this was old man Long Ying helping him dissipate it. If that wasn't the case, this sword strike would have been enough to injure his innards. Such a sword, even if he could take it. In just 3 swords, he would be able to take his life. His body would collapse, his organs would all shatter and he would die. The strength of a day-wandering spirit master could be seen from this. If he didn't have old man Long Ying as a shield, he definitely wouldn't be able to have a fair fight with Long Ruo. However, he didn't have time to be grateful. He casually smashed the few pieces of stone that smashed down around him. Even before the energy in his body calmed down, Zhong Shou's legs started to swiftly dash forward. The lightning-winged sword in his hand gave off a lightning glow. Lightning dragon sword break. The energy spat out from the sword light, in a blink of an eye, gathered all the lightning element's spiritual energy within several miles. The lightning glow shone, like it had turned into a lightning dragon, charging into the entire cave. The tip of the sword light flashed and appeared in front of the giant black flood dragon. Old man Long Ying's voice laughed once more. He actually merged the maniac lightning sword intent within. Interesting. This sword stabbing out wasn't just limited to the 99 Long Ying sword technique. Zhong Shou had merged some of the strengths of the maniac lightning sword he learned into it, obtaining the strengths of both, which was why although it was the first move of the lightning dragon sword, the sword attack was still so strong that it made one terrified. Maniacal and firm, extremely sharp and swift. When Long Ruo saw the situation, his eyes were about to pop out as he hollered furiously, the sword light striking out once more. As for that black flood dragon, although its consciousness was still muddled, it instinctively swung its tail. However, it instinctively waved its tail and an ocean amount of cloud energy spread all around. Layers upon layers of water shields were continuously formed. Zhong Shou laughed coldly. Just as he broke through several layers of water shields and clashed with the broken blade sword, he shouted out, "Explode," and stack. That vast lightning glow instantly exploded, causing the broken blade sword to fly away once more. Following which the sword light appeared once more, pretty much at the same time as the previous one. It still didn't give up as it chased towards the black flood dragon that was dodging. 99 Long Ying mysterious Yin dragon sword. Bringing with it huge amounts of Yin energy, it struck swiftly like it was formless and without a shadow. Moments later, one could see blood spurt out from within the cloud mist. A tragic cry rang out at the same time. The mist that spread out had mostly dissipated. Only to see half of the giant flood dragon's body was sliced off. Large amounts of blood spurted out. The people in the cave were all stunned once more. Long Ruo stabilized his body once more. After being slightly startled, endless sadness rose up in his mind. Coincidentally at this moment, Han Nishui hollered out, flesh and blood regeneration. When his voice landed, balls of green spiritual light surged over. Where the giant flood dragon's body was sliced off, numerous meat sprouts grew out and intertwined with one another. However, just as the wound was about to heal, before the surprise in Long Rua's heart was able to appear, Zhong Shou's body had already charged in front of the giant flood dragon. The purple sword light casually waved and sliced off the head of the black flood dragon. When the blood light spurted out once more, a vast amount of essence energy was forcefully absorbed from the sword. In that instance, it caused the energy that Zhong Shou used up to be replenished. His chakra meridians were filled up. Some of his weaker meridians were showing signs of tearing. Oh! This cultivation method of yours can actually absorb origin energy. I seem to have seen this cultivation method before in ancient times. It is called the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. Weird, didn't this technique disappear in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean? After Dragon Shadow was slightly surprised, it went silent once more. Zhong Shou's heart jumped intensely. However, in the next moment, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a ball of fire charging over from the side. Behind the flames, he could roughly recognize that it was Li Yuandan's face. Samuraim's eyes turned cold. He didn't even think as he casually slashed out. "Clown, you dare to be so arrogant!" He knew the mysterious moon would brilliance method like the back of his hand. It was still the mysterious Een dragon sword. The purple sword light flashed and forcefully sliced open the fire cloud that seemed to be able to cover the sky, directly going for the head of Li Yuandan. The latter was astonished and instantly retreated. It was so dangerous that the Een cold sword shadow brushed past his body. At this moment, Long Rua's voice rang out once more, "Earth Chakra Ancestor. Zhong Shou, you have broken through the human barrier of the barriers from heaven?" Chapter 373. Earth Chakra Ancestor. Zhong Shou, you have broken through the human barrier of the barriers from heaven? When that voice rang out, Han Nishui and Li Yuandan were both shocked. Yan Feibai and Gohan Yun, who were working together to block the falling stone energy, gave out a bitter smile. They were also extremely surprised. The strength that Zhong Shou displayed was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the lower levels. That 9-9 long Ing sword technique was becoming more and more exquisite. Their senior master found out too late. Gohan Yun took a step forward and wanted to speak but was held back by Yan Feibai. Just as he said that, the broken blade sword started to swiftly descend from above. It pretty much gathered all the strength of Long Rua's body, a cold glow shining at its tip. Han Nishui continued to cast spells. 2 tiger-shaped grade 7 spirit beasts suddenly pounced forwards. Several talismans were shot out, forming a silhouette of 100 feet tall in silver armor in the void. Then, the silhouette smashed down with a heavy punch. 15 million kilograms of strength was pretty much the same as a grade 7 martial master. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly, his footsteps pausing. Following which the sword light in his hand scattered out like a storm. The purple light was hazy, gathering the mist that was about to dissipate once more. It caused this 1,000-feet area to be covered in a layer of purple mist. This sword was the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword. When the threads of sword stabbed out, the sky was filled with clouds and ice sand. Following which there was a series of ding, ding, ding sounds. Zhong Shou's sword didn't come into contact with Long Rua, only using the ice sand in the mist to strike and slow down the sword attack. His body flashed like an illusion, arriving in front of the 2 spirit beasts and slashing down. One of the tiger spirit beasts was directly smashed into pieces. Another sword light swept up. His body was like a shuttle, directly piercing into the stomach of the golden armored person. Thousands of sword shadows were like a storm, smashing this person into pieces. Just at this moment, Long Rua's sword shadow had already caught up to him. There was no way to avoid it. Zhong Shou showed no signs of fear. He turned around and slashed again. The vast amount of yuan power that had been accumulated in his body when he had killed the Black Flood Dragon had completely erupted at this moment and poured into the body of the Thunder Sword. Ice Horn Dragon Sword slash. When the sword shadow flashed out, an immeasurable amount of ice suddenly froze a small half of the cave. On the body of the sword, a thick layer of frost condensed in an instant. Clang! An ear-piercing clang rang out as the lightning-winged sword clashed with the pursuing sword light. All the ice and frost exploded and scattered in all directions. That huge force caused thousands of feet-long cracks to appear all around the cave. Like a spider web, it spread in all directions. Zhong Shou's figure was pushed back over 20 zhang. Even if it was the dragon shadow old man, he was unable to completely disperse and suppress the energy that was charging in all directions within his body, causing his lungs to tremble and his mouth to cough fiercely. Coincidentally, the remaining Grade 7 spirit beast pounced over at this moment, opening its mouth to bite. Zhong Shou didn't even bother to take a look. The remaining strength of the Ice Horn Dragon sword hadn't dissipated. At this moment, he casually waved his hand, causing the spirit beast to be frozen into a piece of ice, following which with a ping it exploded into thousands of pieces. Large amounts of essence energy was absorbed into the purple-colored lightning-winged sword. He nearly coughed out blood. Long Ruo was in a worse state. The sword light was in a mess as he flew back 1,000 feet before stopping. The ice sand from before, pretty much every strike. It caused his soul energy to shake, and the last sword strike had almost completely frozen his divine soul. Even his consciousness and thoughts seemed to be totally frozen, nearly unable to think. The soul behind the sword handle suddenly rolled, and a blurry human shape appeared. Long Ruo's voice spat out from within. "What you used just now was my sex cloud-shocking god-destroying sword?" Zhong Shou laughed. The cloud-shocking god-destroying sword hurt the soul the most. Although it was only a Grade 7 legendary sword technique, it was much better than the 99 Long Ing sword to deal with Long Ruo. Coldly sweeping Long Ruo's soul, Zhong Shou didn't bother about him and continued to dash forwards. This person spoke to him just to delay time and heal his injuries. How would he let him do as he wished? He still activated the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword technique. His body was like an illusion as he charged forward. At this moment, he was only 400 feet away from Long Ruo's physical body as well as Han Nishui and Li Yuandan. Han Nishui's pupils constricted, incantations coming out of his mouth. He instantly summoned tens of lightning which exploded over. Li Yuandan held a long spear in his hand, causing flames to cover the sky as he crazily swept over. Zhong Shou didn't even blink, only using the ice sand to block. His body turned into 10. It was tough to differentiate between real and fake. Until he was 200 feet away, the lightning and fire power covered the space around him, unable to dodge. The purple sword shadow suddenly flashed in the clouds without any warning. 99 Long Ing Mysterious Een. The 9 Long Ing dragons behind him seemed to know that it was best if they didn't make any sound, maintaining silence and not letting out any dragon roars. That almost imperceptible sword light also silently pierced through the fiery lightning. Only when it was in front of Li Yuandan did it show signs. The latter was shocked. When he noticed it, he couldn't dodge anymore. His body crazily retreated. That knife light also retracted to the front of his body to block, only to see the sword shadow change, slicing off his left arm with a chi sound. In that instance, Li Yuandan only felt his body swiftly weakening. The essence energy in his body couldn't be stopped as it surged out along with the fresh blood. Then, the mysterious Een dragon sword flashed once more, like it was cutting vegetables, dissipating all the lightning glow. His body sprinted, less than 100 feet away. In the next moment, he saw Han Nishui's face turn serious. 3 small silver people were spat out from his sleeves, swiftly expanding in the air, turning into close to 200 feet tall silver-armored people. Their aura was even stronger than before. Hey, this mysterious cloud spirit sect does have some ability. A direct disciple can actually carry 4 grade 7 spiritual artifacts on him. To think that you are the second direct disciple of Tsang Xingdao, your ability is much weaker than these 3 people. Long Ying's voice rang out once more, like he had thought through something. His tone was still filled with a teasing intent. Those few swords just now were really well used. However, it is still too much to fight 1 against 3. Your body can only support the external elixir for another 600 breaths of time. Do you need me to help? Zhong Shou totally didn't hear what Long Ying was saying. He was fully focused on the enemy in front of him. When the sword light slashed out, the 9 Long Ying dragons behind him roared out once more. The sword in Zhong Shou's hand seemed to have turned into a sharp white light. Platinum Dragon Sword slash. The sword shadow flashed and slashed down diagonally, using the sharp edge to break the sharp edge. Using the sharp edge to break the sharp edge. Long Ying's 9 swords, only this platinum dragon sword was the sharpest out of the 9 swords. Out of the 9 types of true dragons, the giant platinum dragon was known for its strong and sharp body. Nothing could block it, nothing couldn't be pushed. Kung. The moment the sword and fist clashed, what sounded out was a slicing sound. The silver-armored giant formed by the 3 7th-grade spiritual weapons was actually cut in half by this sword in an instant. Peak of sword intent. Han Nishui's face was ashen white as he instinctively took several steps back. Just now when Zhong Shou used the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword, he had already felt it. That cloud-shocking god-destroying sword intent was close to perfect. The sword strike just now was the same. Only the martial path intent was close to the peak of sword intent, which was why it was able to slice apart his 3 grade 7 spiritual artifacts. That sword light was showing signs of being connected to the spirit. Sooner or later, it would have its own soul, its own soul. What kind of monster was this Zhong Shou? He had a dual meridian body, and was still able to cultivate. Even barriers from heaven couldn't stop him. 160 breaths to break the 18 puppets of the sky sword platform. 14 years old and his sword path was connected to the spirit. Li Yuandan's face was devoid of blood. The injury of his broken arm was temporarily stopped by him. After consuming another medicinal pill, flesh and blood grew out of his left arm once again. His eyes were shining. He was the one who hosted the engagement between Xianyuan Iran and Han Nishui, even hiding it from his master, who was in secluded meditation. Be it to the sect or to Xianyuan Iran, it was a reason. Han Nishui was a talent, 100 times better than Zhong Shou that trash. Pill Fountain sect and Mysterious Cloud Spirit sect forming an alliance could ensure the prosperity of the sect. However, thinking about it now, it was a joke. Be it Han Nishui or him, compared to this Zhong Shou, they were just trash. In their eyes, the person who couldn't be helped up was using just 1 sword to suppress 3 grade 7 experts, such that they were unable to fight back and were close to being defeated. Regret rose up in his heart. Such a huge opportunity was pushed out of his door by him. If he knew that this was the case, why would he form an alliance with this mysterious cloud spirit sect? Compared to Zhong Shou, what was this Han Nishui? That ice essence soul sense pill didn't need to be placed in his eyes. With this Zhong Shou's shocking talent and unparalleled sword technique, no matter which shrine or sect he joined, he would be seen as a person who passed down the path. Even the 5 vast habitats and 3 heavenly places would be alerted by him. As long as he tried his best to be on good terms with this person, why would he need to worry about not being able to solve the hidden problems of the mysterious moon-wood brilliance method? He was really as dumb as a pig, incurable. Samuraim's light was ice-cold. With 1 step he crossed 100 feet. At this point, He could see Long Rua's body face to face. 2 grade 7 protector beasts were protecting him at the side, baring their fangs and claws at him. However, it showed that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Long Rua's soul also chased out the ice-cold power and once again controlled the broken blade sword. After a turn, it stabbed over once more. A golden flame flashed within his soul body. He had actually used a soul-burning technique. The sharpness of the sword was close to 50% of before. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly once more, showing no signs of retreating. A grade 7 spirit beast and the essence energy that was forcefully absorbed from Li Yuandan exploded out, following which the sword slashed out. Flame Dragon Vast Sword slash. When the sword light charged out, the entire dragon gathering mountain peak totally collapsed. Chapter 374. Ever since the cloud elephant illusion was destroyed, the crowd outside the dragon assembling mountain had been quietly waiting. Shui Lingbo directly threw the vast sun mirror back to Xian Taiji. The latter didn't mention about spying on the cave within the mountain. Ling Lai was the same, his face solemn, who knows what he was thinking about. Long Rua and Han Nishui weren't the only ones who didn't come out. Yan Feibai and Gohanyun were also nowhere to be seen. Such a situation couldn't help but make one worried. The people at the waist of the mountain also didn't leave. They all looked up and waited with bated breath, like they all wanted to know, in the end, who was the person who obtained the legacy of the 99 Long Ing sword. In just a few minutes, the entire dragon gathering mountain suddenly started to shake. Xian Taiji's brows furrowed as he looked towards the peak of dragon gathering mountain. Pretty much at the first moment, he discerned that the source of the shaking was within the upper layer of the dragon cave. How weird! First was the space breaking and then the mountain shaking. What is going on inside? Could it be that someone is fighting inside? A voice came from not far away. It was a grade 7 martial cultivator who came out of the cave not long ago. Xian Taiji looked over coldly before retracting his gaze. What this person said was something he was curious about. Looking at the shaking, the strength of both sides wouldn't be lower than grade 7. Just at this moment, his junior brother Chenhuai, who was standing beside him, suddenly opened his mouth. I remember that Han Nishui and Han Nishui had an argument with that Gantian mountain monster King Zhong Shou a few days ago. Lingyun Sek's Long Rua is also unhappy with Zhong Shou. If there is really someone fighting inside, it most probably has something to do with the 4 of them. Xian Taiji was slightly shocked. Shui Lingbo also clenched her fists tightly. She looked towards He Shuang with a questioning gaze, only to see the latter's brows furrow slightly as she nodded her head slightly. When Ling Lai heard that, he broke out into a laugh. How is that possible? My Sek's Long Rua, even if he is unhappy with that Zhong Shou, it isn't to the point of wanting to kill him. Moreover, with old man Longing here, how would he allow the 3 of them to succeed? Long Rua is the 3rd generation direct disciple of my sect. How could he be so unwise? That's hard to say. Another laugh rang out. This time, the person who spoke was on the other side. Standing tall and straight, it was Cold Mountain Sek's Su Chun. He shook his head and said, "The person that I gave up on is a peerless genius. Not only would he be able to strengthen his father's foundation, he would also be able to obtain the martial saint's inheritance. If it were me, I would feel the same way." It wasn't strange for those with weaker mental states to feel resentment and vent their anger on others. After all, this place was separated by hundreds of worlds. If Martial Saint Longing needs to be distracted, then we might have a chance. Shui Lingbo secretly snorted. She thought that if anything happened to Zhong Shou, she would definitely kill everyone from the Soaring Cloud sect. Then, he would directly charge into the Cloud Palace. Just as he was contemplating whether or not he should force his way into the mountain peak. Then, he suddenly thought of something and calmed down. A smile returned to her face as she looked at the mountain peak. He thought to himself that this brat had actually become so strong. However, his talent and strength couldn't be hidden anymore. However, today, since he had Marshal Saint Longing as his backing, then there was no need to hide anymore. Ling Lai didn't notice, his face cold as he said coldly, "Does junior nephew Su have any basis for your words? If you are speaking nonsense, my Soaring Cloud sect will find your sect master for an explanation." Su Chen's lips curled up as he smiled in disdain. Who did their Kenzo sect disciples fear? Not to mention this Lingyun sect that could only stay in a corner, the weakest of shrines. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xian Taiji's face showed a weird expression. "Senior Master Ling Lai, you said that this Zong Shou does have a dual meridian body, barriers from heaven? Did you verify that?" Ling Lai didn't know what he meant, frowning as he replied, "How would those words be fake?" Long Ruo had personally tested his body constitution. Before he finished, Zhao Yanran nodded her head, her eyes showing a weird expression. "Not bad. I was there at that time. This Zong Shou does indeed have a dual meridian body, barriers from heaven. Whether or not he has a broken soul body, I don't know. However, at that time, Zong Shou's sword path was one with the spirit. At that time, I was on the same level as him, my cultivation was higher than his by 2 realms, but I still lost." Ling Lai was becoming weirder and weirder, focusing on sending his spiritual sense into the mountain peak. Inside there were thousands of cracks. It was surprisingly easy for his spiritual sense to enter. Xian Taiji took in a cold breath. If that is the case, then it is really terrifying. As he said that, he suddenly turned around and said towards Jin Wuhui, "Junior brother Wuhui, I remember before you entered, you sat and talked to this Zong Shou. Are you on good terms with this Zong Shou?" Jin Wuhui was originally worried, but when he heard that, he couldn't help but ask weirdly, "That is indeed the case. This person's personality is similar to mine, only he likes to snatch things from me, so annoying. Why is senior brother asking about that?" "Nothing." Xian Taiji smiled slightly. "This kid is someone you can befriend. Junior brother, it is best if you have more contact with him. It seems like another peerless talent has appeared in my cloud world. My cloud world is filled with experts. Your good friend will definitely be an amazing person in the future." The instant his voice fell, Taoist Ling Lai's face had already turned incomparably pale. Just a few breaths later, numerous spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain, spreading out bit by bit. Then, it started to totally collapse, numerous mountain rocks rolling down. The entire 30,000 feet above seemed to have been sliced flat by someone. The smoke and dust scattered in all directions. Just as it spread out, it was blown away by a strong gust of wind. A few people stood within. Zong Shou used his hand to hold onto his sword and barely managed to stand. He coughed out blood, but his eyes were still cold and calm, killing intent charging into the heavens. On the purple sword body, drops of fresh blood dripped down. Opposite him, Han Nishui and Li Yuandan were in a bad state. Long Ruo's soul had already returned to his physical body, blood seeping out of his mouth. The people at the waist of the mountain barely managed to deal with the falling mountain rock. When they raised their heads and looked up, they were at a loss. "That is Lingyun Long Ruo, and mysterious cloud spirit sex Han Nishui. I recognize the other person, it is Pill Fountain sex Li Yuandan. That teen, is he the Gantian mountain monster king who took over not long ago? Although this person is unable to cultivate, I heard that his ruling techniques and military strategies are really amazing. Out of these few people, who got the 99 Long Ing sword? At the start, they were curious about who got this grade 10, Saint Spirit grade sword technique that power could shock heaven and earth. Then, they felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Those martial cultivators could only look on from the ground. All the out-of-body realm and above spirit masters all drove their artifacts and rose into the air. They flew high up and looked down. At this moment Xian Taiji sighed, sweeping Ling Lai with a complicated expression. Your sect is really unfortunate, such a person actually wasn't fated to be taken in. The surrounding stage 8 experts all had strange expressions as they looked towards spiritual master Ling Lai. Their gazes were either filled with pity or schadenfreude. There were also people who felt lucky that a chance for a sect to rise up was wasted by Lingyun's sect and rejected. This was also the will of the heavens. Not wanting Lingyun's sect to rise up, Chen Huai frowned, slightly shaking his head. I heard that your sect's Long Ru is magnanimous and noble. I originally wanted to make friends with him. Now that I have met him, I really can't get close to him. Such a person, just because of his own grievances and unhappiness, he did such despicable actions. He really stole from the world. I, Chen Huai, am ashamed to be associated with people like him. Taoist Ling Lai only felt extremely depressed in his chest. When he heard that, he felt even more uncomfortable, his aura fluctuating as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As for Su Chen, he chuckled softly, what a coincidence, I guessed it right. Who knows when Ling Lai will go find my sect's teachers for an explanation? Xian Taiji was helpless. Su Chen wasn't from the same sect as him, and he couldn't control him. He could only viciously stare at his junior brother. Yet Chen Huai was unperturbed. Their Haoshuan sect was like this, they naturally had a righteous aura in their chests, and they would say whatever was on their minds. Although Long Rua and the other two were in a bad state, if they didn't have any evil thoughts, they would have been teleported out by the restrictions of the cave. Zhong Shou inherited the 99 Longing sword, so how would he have the time to make things difficult for them? The right and wrong between the few of them could be seen with one look. Before this, he left some face for Long Rua, but now he wasn't willing to give him any face at all. Shui Lingbo was originally an unforgiving person, so when she heard that, how would she let them go? She said with a weird tone, I heard that this kid's father Zhong Weiran has some relationship with your Lingyun sect. He saved a few of your Lingyun sect disciples, right? I remember that Yenran mentioned that your highest grade Lingyun Vermilion token, this kid has one on him. As expected from the righteous path Lingyun sect. When other people have no luck and come begging, they kick them heavily, hitting them when they are down. Seeing that other people didn't join the Lingyun sect but their lives are still good, they can't take it and want to kill them. Such a style is something that my Tsang Xing Dao 3 sects and 4 schools can't compare to. While she said that, she thought that such a fun thing should happen a few more times. It was right for her to rush over this time. Ling Lai's face swelled up to a purple-red color, looking really ugly. His fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He wanted to punch out and make this Shui Lingbo totally shut up. However, he knew that he wasn't her opponent. Shui Lingbo saw that and instantly laughed coldly, leisurely holding up the red umbrella. Why? You want to attack, you did such a thing and you don't allow others to say it? What a waste, 14 years old sword path one with the spirit, using his own strength to break through the human barrier. Such a person, not only did we miss the opportunity, but we also became enemies. The more she said, the happier she was. Such a talent finally landed in the hands of Tsang Xing Dao. Shui Lingbo's brows suddenly furrowed as she looked below, only to see that Zhong Shou's body moved once more. Chapter 376. Tens of breaths later, Zhong Shou caused the energy flow in his body to calm down. Actually, his chakra was still in chaos, dual meridians spiraling, water and fire true qi clashing with one another. The vast spiritual energy injected into the external pellet also went astray. However, to him, this was pretty much normal. He was used to it and it wasn't worth mentioning. Even if it was the pain of 1,000 knives slicing his body, it wouldn't make him frown. Just as the true qi could be injected into the lightning-winged sword in his hand, Zhong Shou raised his sword and dashed forwards, stepping on the messy stones on the ground. With a few flashes, He was in front of the three people who were crazily retreating. A darkness blooming serious in his soul suddenly bloomed. I think you are crazy. You really want your meridians to be destroyed before you are willing? Zhong Shou, how noble is your identity. Even a finger is 100 times stronger than the three of them. It was just like precious porcelain. Was it really necessary to risk his life to fight with these ignorant trash? I think water has entered your head. Old man Longing scolded out, following which he was slightly shocked. Darkness blooming serious? You actually have such a thing in your soul? That vast soul power injected into his body, in just a moment it suppressed and adjusted the chaotic meridians, also gathering ocean amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy over. It caused giant purple lightning snakes to spread out around Zhong Shou's body, covering 10,000 feet. Lightning dragon sword, kill! Waving out a sword, numerous vast lightning snakes gathered and danced over. Frenzied and swift, the sword light was activated by the lightning and magnetic energy. The sword's speed didn't even need to increase as it increased to the maximum. Thousands of sword shadows shrouded the entire space. The expressions of the three people opposite changed. Han Nishue's pupils constricted into a needle shape. He waved his sleeves and three silver little people were thrown out, turning into 200-foot silver-armored soldiers as they struck down. Long Rua's soul was suffering from a backlash, and he was unable to block. He could only raise up a copper shield from his heaven and earth bag to block in front of his body. Although Li Yuandan regretted, he knew that he couldn't retreat and couldn't defend. He hurriedly inserted a few golden needles into his body. Du Bai swung his sword, and countless sparks filled the air once more. Saber shadows swirled in the air, hidden in the flames like a full moon. In the next moment, a series of metal clanging sounds could be heard. It was like a storm, and it lingered on incessantly. Those powerhouses above the 7th stage could still be seen clearly. The people at the foot of the mountain, regardless of whether it was their vision or their spiritual awareness, were all blocked by the lightning and fire. They were all at a loss and couldn't see clearly. Gasps and exclamations could be heard from above. In the next instant, the flames that filled the sky finally subsided, only to see that the three silver-armored warriors that Han Nishue threw out had dozens of holes pierced through them by the sword light. Especially the joints of his knees and arms, they were almost completely cut off. As for Li Yuandan, he had already retreated 10,000 feet away. There were wounds all over his body. Although they weren't fatal, his whole body was dripping with blood and his face was covered in cold sweat. The last sword strike was accompanied by a vast lightning dragon. It chopped down. Boom! A heavy metal ring sounded, and the copper shield in front of Long Rua flew away. A giant explosion caused one's eardrums to hurt. At the side, a corner was sliced out, the spiritual light dimming. The people below were becoming more and more chaotic. Their voices were first silent, and then it instantly became noisy. Pretty much everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Most of the people in the crowd came from outside of Donglin Cloud Continent. They were all curious about who this teen was to be able to suppress and beat up these three slightly famous 7th stage experts. Those who knew Zhong Shou were more and more shocked. Even the dozens of Stage 7 powerhouses in the air were looking at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. Even the 8th stage spiritual artifact Honshu Shield couldn't block it. The strength of one sword is actually so strong. Is this the 9-9 Long Ing sword? As expected, it is a grade 10 life grade sword technique. It isn't all due to the intricacies of the sword technique. This kid has grasped the sword intent and is pretty much connected to the spirit. Long Rua was heavily injured, so he can't even use 70% of the power of this Honshu shield. Why did he transfer to sword cultivation for no reason? Why don't you say that this kid is fighting 1 against 3? Before breaking the Honshu shield, he slashed Han Nishue's 3 spiritual artifacts. I think that Li Yuandan has lost his fighting spirit. If Han Nishui doesn't have any other spiritual artifacts to face him, the three of them will definitely lose this battle. This Zhong Shou is just a Earth Meridian martial ancestor. If he was normal, such a battle would be shattered with one sword. The Long Ing martial saint is helping him maintain his body. So what? Be it the sword technique or sword intent, they all came from that person. Even the power of the external pill needs one's own cultivation to be able to bear it. This Gantian mountain monster king is as what senior brother Xian said. He is really talented. This Donglin cloud continent has given birth to another amazing person. Speaking of which, the rumors of this person slaying beasts and forcing back the Een dragon are true. But didn't that Long Raw say that this person is unable to cultivate? Who should we believe? If 2 years ago Zhong Shou was able to force back the Een dragon, then this Gantian mountain monster king is really talented. If within a year he breaks through the human barrier, then he is a monster. Xian Taiji was silent as he listened to the discussions behind, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly his eyelids jumped, only to see that Ling Lai's body moved slightly as he fell towards the mountain peak. In the next instance, he heard Shui Lingbo scoff coldly. She directly grabbed out with her palm, grabbing towards Adept Ling Lai from afar. She said with a smile, "Adept Ling Lai, where are you preparing to go? Let's just watch the conflict between the younger generation, why interfere?" The moment her hand grabbed out, a thick true qi grabbed down from afar. With Ling Lai's body forming cultivation, he couldn't resist at all and was sucked back. Shui Lingbo felt weird, looking carefully, only to see that his eyes were tightly shut, his face expressionless. Even his body didn't have one. Cicada shedding technique? Her brows furrowed, knowing that she had fallen for Ling Lai's trick. Shui Lingbo was instantly furious, the killing intent in her eyes burning once more. When he looked down, he saw that the situation of the battle had changed greatly. After breaking that grade 8 bronze spiritual shield, Zhong Shou didn't stop, slashing out with a sword. The purple sword light gathered all the metal element spiritual energy around into a white dragon, slashing horizontally. Platinum of Long Ing. Long Rua's face was slightly ashen white, his eyes filled with helplessness. He instinctively slashed out with that broken blade sword once more. 12 fist-sized spiritual pearls flew out from his sleeves, striking towards Zhong Shou. Following which there was a heavy king in the air. The broken blade sword that carried the sword intent was directly smashed into pieces by the grade 6 lightning-winged sword in his hand. The sword light twisted, turning into small bits of sword images. The 12 spiritual pearls were all struck away. The sword attack didn't stop, close to rampaging. After breaking the few spells that Han Nishui cast, it continued to slash forward. With a pring sword, blood and meat flew everywhere, forcefully breaking Long Rua's legs. Just at that moment, a majestic voice rang out in the air, "City Lord Zhong, please show mercy. Give my Lingyun sect some face." Pretty much at the same time that voice rang out, the sound of air breaking broke out behind him. Zhong Shou's expression didn't change, not even bothering to take a look. He coldly looked at Long Rua, exchanging glances with his eyes that were close to despair. "Since you want to kill me, then I will kill you first." The way he, Tanxiu, did things was just so simple. Stabbing out once more, cold energy spread all about, 100 miles around was covered in frost. This sword was the ice hornless dragon sword. Han Nishui gritted his teeth, tossing out 2 more silver human shadows. However, just as they spread out to 200 feet, their arms and knee joints were covered in frost, close to being frozen. When they moved, cracking sounds could be heard, their speed was at least 10 times slower. Long Rua's face was purple as he went all out to block. The 12 spiritual pearls struck down once more. Numerous spiritual talismans were spat out from his sleeves which all dissolved. Zhong Shou's sword attack also lightly tapped, drawing away the 12 spiritual pearls. following which an ice-hornless sword shadow forcefully pierced through the dozens of spiritual talismans. It directly pierced through the body of Long Ruo. That vast cold power instantly froze Long Ruo's physical body. Then, with a loud explosion, the figure that had been frozen into ice was instantly shattered into countless pieces of ice sand. At this moment, that strong and dangerous aura finally rushed over. Zhong Shou scoffed. He could only let go of Long Ruo's soul, which had left his body, helplessly keeping his sword. The purple sword in his hand actually spun and twisted as he turned around, drawing those hundreds of feet of spiritual talismans which hadn't exploded to his back. Following which the sword attack became sharp as it diagonally slashed backwards. A sword shone, no shadow and no form. This was the mysterious Een Dragon sword. First, those spiritual talismans all exploded. The entire 10,000 feet of space shook slightly, numerous amounts of energy spread all about. Zhong Shou's mysterious Een sword was wrapped within, turning from passive to active as it slashed diagonally towards where the aura came from. Following which there was a low explosion. Zhong Shou spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was unable to stabilize as he flew 1,000 feet out. His true chi was almost completely dispersed by the attack. His energy meridians clashed all about, the power of the darkness blooming Sirius had just disappeared. The vast spiritual energy within the external pill was also unable to be injected into his body. Samuraim's eyes were ice-cold as he looked out. When the wind dissipated a little, he saw a person holding a token-shaped spiritual artifact standing opposite where Long Ruo's body had collapsed. His soul had manifested. Not only did it form 4 limbs, but his facial features could also be seen. His gaze was dark and cold as he looked down on Zhong Shou. At the same time, the voice of that old man Long Ying rang out once more. "TSK. This old man isn't simple. He is about to have a true form. However, this peak of the body-shaping realm, an 8th stage powerhouse, attacking a junior like you, is truly shameless. Don't worry, it is okay, there are people in Songsheng Dao. That evil dragon is about to rush back. If it wasn't for him destroying my spiritual formation restrictions in a fit of anger, would there be so much trouble today? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me." Chapter 377. TSK. This old man isn't simple. He is about to form his true form. However, this peak of the body-shaping realm, a powerhouse of the 8th stage, attacking a junior like you, is truly shameless. Don't worry, it is okay. Songsheng Dao has people here. That evil dragon is about to rush back. If it wasn't for him destroying my spiritual formation before he left, why would there be so much trouble today? Zhong Shou kept silent and allowed him to ramble on. First, he checked his body and noticed those yellow dots that had entered his body. Unknowingly, they had merged close to 70%. His physique and strength didn't increase by much. At most, it was only about twice as much as what he had before. As for the rest, they became the potential of his physical body and hid in the depths of his body. Zhong Shou instantly heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that old man Long Ying didn't care about anything and went all out to strengthen his body. At that time, it would be a huge problem. The current situation was the best, much better than the method he used to seal the Lightning Phoenix essence energy. Also, the original 9 shadows in his body had now turned into 18. They were respectively flowing along with true chi within his 2 meridians. It was obvious that Long Ying had considered the special situation of his body and added it to him. Who knows what it was? The moment he had such a thought, Long Ying knew what he was thinking. He said furiously, "Preposterous! Your master is a martial saint. How can his methods be compared to you, who isn't even grade 7? Master has accumulated tens of thousands of years. How can his knowledge not be compared to you? If it was a simple merger, How could he not be able to split some effort to slap those 3 brats to death? Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear it, going all out to suppress the chaotic energy meridians. A portion of his attention was focused on that old man in Taoist robes. The mysterious dragon sword wasn't completely useless. It had left a deep sword mark on this person's left arm. Till now, it was unable to heal. That old man first stared viciously at Long Ruo, who was only left with his soul. Then, he turned his ice-cold gaze towards Zhong Shou. Killing intent flashed in his eyes like he was in a rage. However, after a few breaths, maybe because he was worried about Long Ying, he slowly retracted it. "I am Ling Lai." Opening his mouth expressionlessly, this Ling Lai coldly questioned, "Why does your highness want to act so viciously towards my junior nephew? Could it be that you really don't put our cloud-soaring sect in your eyes?" Zhong Shou almost laughed out loud. The evil thoughts that he had suppressed not long ago were about to burst out of his chest. Forcefully suppressing it, he said coldly, "Those who kill will be killed by others. Could it be that only soaring cloud sect disciples are allowed to kill people, but I, Zhong Shou, am not allowed to kill him? What's the reason behind this?" In his mind, he suddenly had a feeling that he was seeing something. Zhang Xian remembered that this was also the case in his previous life. It was also because of this that he incurred the wrath of the Lingyun sect. In the game of God Emperor, he had been entangled with them for nearly 60 years. He scanned his surroundings and saw the noisy crowd at the foot of the mountain. He frowned. Why haven't these people dispersed yet? Forget it, forget it. What a good saying. Those who kill will be killed by others. That Reverend Ling Lai let out a cold laugh, his expression cold. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't say that the Lingyun sect had such a theory. He wanted to kill people, but he had to worry about the martial Saint Chongqing. Slightly hesitating, he sent out a pressure towards Zhong Shou. However, today's matter, who is right and who is wrong, I still have doubts. City Lord Zhong, please follow me to the Cloud Palace. Let's get to the bottom of this matter. Hearing those words, before Zhong Shou could react, Shui Lingbo was so angry that she burst out laughing, her laughter like a silver bell. It rang out within hundreds of thousands of feet of this dragon-gathering mountain hall, giving off a terrifying intent. Did this Ling Lai really think that she, Shui Lingbo, was a dead person? Just now she had captured his body. Wasn't that attitude obvious enough? Ling Lai's expression changed slightly before it returned to normal. This is the grievance between my Lingyun sect and this Gantian mountain city lord. It has nothing to do with Song Xingdao. Fairy Qing Shui, don't interfere. This concerns the honor of the sect. If others dare to interfere, my Lingyun sect will fight to the death. So what if we fight to the death? What is your cloud-soaring sect? Not giving any face at all, she directly interrupted Ling Lai's words. Shui Lingbo said coldly, I am going to interfere in this matter. Very good, I, Song Xingdao, will fight to the death with your Lingyun sect from today onwards. Ling Lai's face instantly fluctuated between green and white. His body trembled, his lips quivering, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Xian Taiji sighed, Senior Master Ling Lai, today's matter is your Lingyun sect's fault. Not to mention Song Xingdao, even my Haoshuan sect won't sit still and do nothing. Su Qin laughed. The seniors of the sect aren't here. Su Qin can't represent the Kenzo sect. It isn't easy to speak. However, I really want to see how your Lingyun sect will use the strength of a sect to block the mouths of the people of the world. Ling Lai held his breath once more, entering deep silence. Just as he was hesitating, in the air there was a heavy quang sound. Like a strong giant power smashed heavily into the space here. At the waist of the mountain, pretty much everyone couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Those spirit masters who were using artifacts to fly also couldn't stabilize their bodies, falling to the ground one after another. Out of the people present, Only grade 7 and above were able to barely stabilize their bodies, raising their heads and looking up, only to see a giant black crack appear in the space above. An extremely huge dragon head reached in from the outside, looking down coldly and mercilessly. That Ling Lai was originally really aggressive. At this moment, when this giant dragon arrived, he couldn't even maintain his soul body. He could only bitterly hold on under this vast dragon aura. Zhong Shou's eyes flashed as he swept Long Ruo and Han Nishui. His right hand once again gripped the lightning-winged sword tightly, killing intent rising up once more. Just as he was about to attack, the voice of old man Long Ying spoke out. Unfortunately, this evil dragon came too late. If you want to kill people, you won't have a chance. Just as Zhong Shou was in shock, he suddenly raised his head and looked up, only to see a golden light streak across the sky. In an instant, the light landed on the peak of this dragon-gathering mountain. The person within was a young man who looked around 18 years old. His aura was really calm and reserved. Although he was facing a true dragon above, he was still at ease. After he arrived, he first held a golden talisman and bowed solemnly towards the top. Junior is Lingyun Sect Celestial Sect Leader Wu Hua. Greetings Senior Long Ying. This is the message talisman my Lingyun Sect ancestor gave me. Saint, please take a look. In the air, the voice of old man Long Ying didn't ring out. On the contrary, that golden talisman suddenly burned for no reason. A moment later, this space once again returned to silence. That Wu Hua wasn't surprised, following which he looked towards Zhong Shou. My sect disciple Long Ruo's body has been destroyed. I think your highness should have vented your anger. Today's matter is my Lingyun sect's fault. We will definitely compensate for your highness's losses. As for Long Ruo and the other two, we need to deal with them according to the sect rules of our Lingyun sect, Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect, and Pill Fountain Sect, to give your highness and the people of the world an explanation. As he said the last few sentences, Wu Hua looked toward Xian Taiji, Shui Lingbo and the others. The former slightly nodded his head, revealing a satisfied expression. Polite and polite, this was the style of a large sect. Even Suchen didn't speak anymore. Shui Lingbo directly scoffed coldly. As long as Zhong Shou wasn't able to abandon Gantian Mountain City, she and Song Xingdao wouldn't be able to openly help them. As long as she showed her identity as a second-generation direct disciple of Song Xingdao, it was enough to kill the three of them on the spot. Although she was annoyed in her heart, she could only keep silent. She scolded out silently. What was so good about that Gantian Mountain City? If it was her, she didn't need it. Wouldn't it be carefree to chase the laws of heaven and earth? In her heart, she didn't place Song Xingdao and the ideals of all people being equal in her eyes. She entered the sect to cultivate only for herself to have more strength. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly. With what Wu Hua said, it wasn't good for him to kill anymore. He could only see what kind of explanation Lingyun's sect would give him after the matter. At this moment, he felt really emotional. The corner of his eyes unintentionally swept across the broken body of the black flood dragon in the rubble below. He remembered that a year ago, that grade 7 black flood dragon had bared its fangs and brandished its claws in front of him. This Long Ruo, in just a few words, had already decided his fate. A year later, they turned into enemies. He personally sliced off the head of the black flood dragon with a sword. He could even decide the rise and fall of Lingyun's sect. For the situation to develop to such a stage where they wouldn't rest until one of them died, he himself was surprised. Was it really a natural counter to Lingyun's sect? Wu Hua saw that the people around had no more intentions. He turned his gaze back. His gaze was complicated. Endless regret, annoyance, shock, and so on and so forth filled the depths of his heart. In the end, he could only forcefully suppress it, bowing upwards once more. What does Saint Long Ying think about this? At this moment, Long Ying coincidentally merged all the dragon essence into Zhong Shou's body. In the next instance, another crack opened in the sky. A weird-looking sword suddenly fell down from the crack. The sword light flashed as it directly arrived in front of Han Nishui. So quick that the people on the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain weren't able to react at all. It sliced the bodies of Han Nishui and Li Yuandan in one sword. Then, the sword spun and stabbed in front of Zhong Shou's body, giving off a cold glow. Long Ying's voice rang out once more. Let's follow your ancestors' wishes. However, since these two people attacked my disciple, they can forget about returning with their physical bodies. Also, if they can't take out those things, then don't blame me for turning on them, Long Ying. He scoffed heavily. Let me tell all of you. This kid is the only legacy disciple of me, Long Ying. If anyone dares to touch him, I, Long Ying, will wipe out their entire family. Even if you Wu Hua invite a world venerable, it would be useless. Wu Hua's eyelids jumped, but he heaved a sigh of relief. He bowed once more, his expression really solemn. Chapter 378. Now I finally know. Why did that kid Lei Dong become brothers with you? While he spoke, Su Chern stood with his hands behind his back and looked down the mountain. At this moment, the people who gathered here had mostly left. Even the people in charge of the few sects had mostly left, leaving behind a messy ground. Zhong Shou laughed bitterly at the side. Although they were brothers, the two of them didn't speak much to each other. On the contrary, he was taken care of by Lei Dong several times. At this moment, he was slightly curious about Lei Dong's current situation. I wonder how that elder brother of mine is doing now? Did he return to Miss Jinru's side? You have heard of Miss Jinru? That fellow is most probably fighting to the death with that spiritual sword Ruotao. Su Chen chuckled and seemed to be in high spirits. He left for a few years and finally broke through the barrier in his heart. I heard that not long ago, he broke through to Grandmaster. Now there will be a good show to watch. Following which he smiled. Speaking of spiritual sword Ruotao, I have to mention the 3 pinnacle swords of the cloud world. These 3 people are all the top swordsmen in thousands of years. However, in my eyes, your Highness has the right to be on the same level as them. The 3 pinnacle swords of the cloud world should be changed to the 5 pinnacle swords of the cloud world. As expected, the era of the spiritual wave is also the time when talents are born. Geniuses like you might not even appear once in 1,000 years, but now, 5 of you have appeared at once. Brother Su, you praise me too much. What ability does Zhong Shou have? I don't dare to be called that. Samurai shook his head solemnly, following which he asked curiously, in Brother Su's eyes, is the other pinnacle sword candidate the new direct disciple of your Kenzo sect? That's right. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about this person. I have seen him before. Even without spirit and martial arts merging, he is a top person. Although he can't be like you, able to connect with the sword, he grasped sword intent long ago. In my eyes, his foundations are even better than yours. However, this person seems to... Su Chen frowned and sighed, as if he didn't want to talk about it anymore. His gaze shifted to a youth standing quietly not far away. He chuckled and said, "This youth is called Gong Yu? He was born to use the sword. Although he didn't know about his talent, his bone structure was really amazing. Do you really want him to join Wujue Villa?" Zhong Shou also glanced at him, but said helplessly, "This person is a friend of my old friend, I have the intention to help him. It's a pity that I'm tied up with so many things that I can't divert my attention to train him." These words were spoken in the manner of an old man like Chiu Heng, and even more shamelessly boasting. It did not match his young and tender face at all. When the people around him heard this, they all burst into laughter. Su Chen was also happy. He somewhat understood. He knew that in terms of sword path, there weren't many people in the entire cloud world who could compare to him. Within the cloud world, if someone could be trained by him and help him, that person would be extremely lucky. The rise and fall of a large city with a population of hundreds of millions and a country that dominated 12 provinces was affected. If he was really busy, he would have many matters to attend to every day. Taking in a deep breath, Su Chun nodded his head. I will agree to this matter. However, there is no need to join Wujue Villa. Lei Dong, that kid is really unreliable. If your highness thinks highly of him, why not let him join our Hans Han sect? Zhong Shou was delighted, bowing slightly as thanks. Although Hans Han sect couldn't be compared to Wujue, it was the 8th shrine. Along with Wujue Villa, it was one of the pillars of the Kenzo sect. Gong Yu was also surprised, bowing towards Zhong Shou and Su Chun. The latter smiled and directly said goodbye. Before he left, his expression turned serious. Although today's matter has ended. However, I have to guard my brother. We still have to be careful. Forgive me for saying too much, but I have seen many of the despicable methods that big sects like us use in the dark. That Lingyun sect definitely won't be willing to let this matter rest. After he said that, a sword energy directly swept up Gong Yu as he stepped into the air towards the north. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he entered deep thought. Today, it wasn't only one person who said those words to him. A moment later, his thoughts were interrupted by Jin Buhui. Why not let this Gong Yu join our Haoshuan sect? Although that Hans Han sect is not bad, our Haoshuan sect is stronger than them. Not only me, even senior brother Shun has high hopes for this Gong Yu. After spending a few years in the sect, along with your face, he has an 80% chance of becoming a direct disciple. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Zhong Shou came back to his senses, looking at his new friend with a weird expression. Your Haoshuan sect is not bad. Unfortunately, your sect is too righteous. Are you prepared to see Gong Yu and his sister kill each other in the future? Jin Buhui instantly let out a sound and was enlightened. Thinking back to the scenes of the siblings going head-to-head, if Gong Yu didn't have the thoughts of killing his family, then he wouldn't be able to slash out. If he learned the righteous martial arts of the sect, he wouldn't have much success. The Kenzo sect people focused on the sword. Although they were one of the righteous path factions in the cloud world, they didn't have strict requirements for their disciples. Unfortunately, the matter of Gong Yu had been taken advantage of by the Hans Han sect. He flew backward because his talent was really strong, but because he was a link to Zhong Shou. Thinking back to the person who was still buried in the Nine Inland, Zhong Shou's head hurt. Jin Buhui felt his head hurt, pulling Zhong Shou's sleeves. Brother Zhong, this matter started because of you. You are also close to the two of them. You have to think of a way to help me. I Jin Buhui know. Also, Haoshuan sect has really offended that 9-in witch. Zhong Shoxin muttered in his heart, thinking to himself, what can I do? When the 9-in witch is born, it is often when the death energy is the strongest. If she wants to take revenge, apart from those celestial path experts who left the cloud world, who can stop her? However, due to various reasons, these people couldn't attack her. However, he also knew that he definitely couldn't stay out of this matter. He sighed. Zhong Shou can only try my best. Let's hope that at that time she still has the memories of her last life. Jin Buhui thought about it and agreed. He could only sigh. Following which he heard Zhong Shou ask with deep meaning, has Brother Jin heard of the Yin Dragon Canyon? I heard that the ancient ruins there are about to appear. Is your Haoshuan sect interested? Yin Dragon Canyon? Jin Buhui was in deep thought. The Donglan sects have long seen this place as theirs. It is a little inappropriate for my Haoshuan sect to interfere. Zhong Shou knew that this was the case. He also didn't expect Haoshuan sect to interfere and help him. He said expressionlessly, it was like that in the past, but now the 1,000 miles of land around Yin Dragon Canyon is in the hands of my Gantian mountain. It's up to me to decide who can enter. If I invite your Haoshuan sect to join in, who can say anything? Jin Buhui's brows were furrowed. he was slightly tempted. In the end, he couldn't make a decision and could only sigh helplessly. I can't make the decision on this matter. I can only go back and ask my few masters first. Anyways, I am tempted. Zhong Shou smiled and didn't force him. Then, he changed the topic and talked about what he comprehended from the 9 martial saint images in the cave. While they spoke, Jin Buhui asked him for advice. Zhong Shou didn't hide anything. Apart from the 9-9 Long Ing sword and those core techniques, he answered every question in detail. Only when the sky slowly turned dark did Jin Buhui stop and sigh. Zhong Shou, your comprehension is 10 times better than mine. I respect you. If I didn't ask, I wouldn't have known. I thought that I comprehended most of the 9 stone walls. In the end, after asking, I found out that I missed out on so many sword path attainment. Forget it. The sky is turning dark. Probably Saint Longing is still waiting for you to speak. If I delay any longer, that Saint Senior will blame me for not knowing what is good for me. Buhui will take my leave now. See you in the future. After he finished, he bowed and said solemnly, I know Suchin. He is a vengeful person and is famous for being arrogant and unruly. However, what I said was right. Brother Zhong needs to be careful of Lingyun's sect. Today, with your martial ancestor cultivation, you won the direct disciples of the 3 sects and became the only official disciple of Long Ing. Within a few days, your name will spread throughout the cloud world. However, you need to be careful. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. There are too many despicable people in the world. Saint Longing is hundreds of worlds away, and there are many things that he can't help with. You have to be careful. After he finished speaking, the golden fatty left in an extremely carefree manner. Zhong Shou's lips couldn't help but curl up, thinking that his master Longing could communicate with him mentally. He could also split his attention, and it didn't affect his conversation with others. However, he finally sent these friends away one by one. In his last life, he faced huge changes and was basically a shut-in. However, there were a few close friends who helped him a lot. If it wasn't for those few people, Zhong Shou might not have been able to climb back up. In this life, be it Lei Dong or this Jin Buhui, they could be considered good teachers and friends. Not only were their personalities compatible, but they were also people he could become close friends with. On this broken mountain peak, in a blink of an eye, only Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan were left. The latter was still silent, sitting at the side, placing the purple lightning spear in front of his knees. Zhong Shou took out a small bottle from his sleeves, his eyes revealing a weird expression. Master, what is the use of this thing? Why do you place so much importance on it? The small bottle was left behind by that Wu Hua when he left. He said that he was giving it to him, but Zhong Shou knew that it was to buy the lives of Long Ra and the other 2. This is called Magnificent Spirit Jade Marrow. It is useless now. In the future, when you try to break through the heaven barrier, you will know that this is an amazing thing. However, this Lingyun sect is too weak, there are only 7 drops, what a waste. After that Longing spoke, he scoffed coldly. If it wasn't for this item, even if that Wu Hua called those few World Protector Venerables over, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I will definitely make Long Ra and the other 2 die on the spot. Chapter 379. Magnificent Spirit Jade Marrow? Zhong Shou thought to himself that the name sounded really nice. It sounded like it was extremely precious. What was the use of this item? Could it help him break through the heaven barrier of the barriers from heaven? Why didn't he hear about it in his last life? He thought about it in his heart while taking out a few other items. The first was naturally the sword that old man Long Ing passed through hundreds of worlds to send over. It looked really weird, like a sword but not a sword, like a flying knife. Both sides were sharp and the spine of the sword was really thick. The tip of the sword was curved like a knife. The grade was also really high. What surprised him was that not only did it have thick fire and water spiritual energy, but there was also lightning wrapped around it. It wasn't made of metal but bone. However, it was also really sharp and tough. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. With the nature of his true qi, unless it was tailor-made, it would be impossible. If not, it wouldn't be easy to find a suitable spiritual weapon. This sword is a grade 8 spiritual artifact. Not long ago, I casually took the spine of a fire-eaten beast to craft it. It could have been crafted into a grade 2 magical treasure, but because I gave you an external pill, its strength wasn't enough. I could only forcefully suppress the grade to grade 8 to send it to you. His tone was filled with a sense of pride. Such methods were something that normal martial saints couldn't do. Samuraim's expression changed slightly as he took the sword and casually sliced at a giant stone. He didn't use any true qi, but he was able to silently cut open the huge rock. A grade 8 spiritual weapon had the sharpness and toughness of a grade 2 magical weapon? As expected, it was a good item. He casually tossed the lightning-winged sword back into his heaven and earth bag. This item had been through many battles. Although it had slain tens of high-grade spiritual artifacts, it was also badly damaged and couldn't be used anymore. If there wasn't a high-grade artifact blacksmith to repair it, it would break with a touch. Its stats were also only compatible with the sword in front of him. With this more suitable fire-eaten sword, Zhong Shou mercilessly tossed it aside. Anyways, his illusionary spirit sword crafting technique didn't require him to be mentally connected with the sword. With the One Origin sword, any spiritual sword could be taken out and used. After the fire-eaten sword, there were 3 small Qianquan bags. They were all taken from the 3 people's corpses. When Reverend Wu Hua left, it was unknown whether it was because he didn't think of it or for some other reason, but he didn't take it away. Naturally, it fell into his hands. However, before opening them, Zhong Shou hesitated. These are 3 small Qianquan bags. Is there really no need to return it? If I take the things inside, won't the Lingyun and mysterious cloud spirit sect cause trouble for me afterwards? Idiot! It's a gift from Wu Hua to apologize to you. It's just a little obscure. Why can't you take it? Long Ying's face is really only worth 7 drops of magnificent spirit jade marrow. That old man Long Ying sneered. His voice was filled with ridicule. You even dared to kill that Long Ruo on the spot? Why wasn't he afraid of trouble then? Just open it. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. At that time, his plan was to cut ties with Gantian Mountain after killing them. With Song Xingdao as his shield, no matter what he did, he would be safe and sound. The identity of a second-generation direct disciple was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the cloud world. A small Lingyun sect was nothing in his eyes. However, today, the matter was solved in a different way. He was still the monster king of Gantian Mountain, so how could the situation be the same? It was best if he didn't let his words fall into the hands of the 3 sects to give them an excuse to attack. He had to be careful. However, since Long Ying said that, then there wouldn't be any consequences. Opening it one by one, Li Yuandan's bag was filled with numerous pills. Hundreds and thousands of pill bottles were lined up within. However, in terms of the abundance of spiritual herbs, it was not far away from Xianyuan Iran. As for Han Nishui, his bag was empty. Of course, this was what Zhong Shou felt. There were actually numerous spiritual talismans and many pill bottles. However, the only thing he didn't have was the silver-armored little person that he wanted. It was obvious that in the battle before, he had used his sword to break all of them. Zhong Shou felt that it was a pity. The last heaven and earth bag was something that Long Ruo brought along with him. The space inside was about 4,000 feet wide, but it was packed to the brim. However, apart from those spiritual talismans and pill bottles, there were many pieces of ores shining with a metallic glow. Zhong Shou's brows rose up in shock, taking out one of them. Looking closely, he was shocked. As expected, it was this item. This thing isn't the raw material of the blood hero god iron? It is indeed the ore of the blood hero god iron. It seems like this Lingyun sect should have found a blood hero god iron mine. However, although this thing can be used to refine a high-grade spirit weapon, it is not considered a good thing for people like you and me. Disciple, why are you so surprised? It really isn't anything good. However, there are many of them. In my hands, I have a full 4,500 complete sets of blood cloud armor. Zhong Shou's expression was really weird. Whatever he thought about, it really came. He remembered that day in Jefu City. He had told Xiao Han that the blood cloud cavalry armor had a huge weakness. Any night wandering realm spirit master with less than 300 cavalry could easily break it. However, there was one more secret that he found out after flipping through books in the future. The main material of the blood cloud cavalry armor was the blood hero god iron. However, at that time there was really little blood hero god iron. The blacksmiths of Wulye country could only try their best to reduce the amount. This also became the biggest weakness of the blood cloud cavalry armor. At that time, the blacksmiths of Wulye country also knew about it, which was why when they crafted it, they left a way to complete it. The method was really simple, just needing a grade 4 blacksmith to melt the blood hero god iron and pour it in. He also had the heart sutra of the blood cloud cavalry. Blood cloud armor? The blood cloud cavalry that Wulye country ruled the cloud world? The voice of the dragon's shadow old man was filled with shock. It was obvious that he knew about the secrets of the ancient era. Oh, these are all good things. I remember that when Song Xingdao destroyed the blood cloud cavalry, he obtained many blood cloud cavalry armor. However, because he couldn't find enough blood hero god iron, he could only put them aside. Wei Su, that brat, actually gave these blood cloud armors to you? In that case, he really treats you well. I forgot about this armor. With this blood hero god iron ore, it is enough to complete it. With 3,000 complete blood cloud cavalry, even if there are 2 or 3 spirit realm experts, you won't be afraid. 4,500 sets. If you can find enough martial ancestor experts, your Gantian mountain will be invincible. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, his eyes regaining calmness. Why didn't he think that since the blood cloud cavalry of Wulye country was personally destroyed by Song Xingdao, how could he not get anything? Their Gantian mountain had more than 10 grade 4 blacksmith. As for martial ancestor realm experts, he would be able to find them. Within Long Rua's bag, apart from the blood hero god iron, there were a few dragon scales that he was really interested in. Looking closely, it actually came from an ancient true dragon. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou understood. Long Rua's black flood dragon was most probably able to enter grade 7 so quickly because of this. After that, there were a few spirit artifacts. A grade 8 Xianshu shield was already chipped by him. The 12 spiritual pearls were a full set of grade 7 spiritual artifacts known as Meridian Day and Night Pearls. The 12 pearls corresponded to the meridian cycle, a day of 12 hours. Zhong Shou used spells to slightly refine this set of spiritual artifacts. Then, he tried to hit one of them towards the mountain peak opposite. Instantly, the mountain rocks collapsed, dust and smoke covered the sky. Zhong Shou's expression instantly changed. With the Meridian Day and Night Pearls combined, power was no less than a grade 9 spiritual artifact. In terms of pure power, it was far above the Broken Blade sword. Luckily, Long Rua changed to the sword path. When he used this item, he was already heavily injured. Out of 10 halts of power, he couldn't even use 3 halts. His spiritual sense continued to sweep the heaven and earth bag. In just a moment, Zhong Shou exclaimed. This is a spell altar? Flipping his right hand, Zhong Shou's hand had a circular-shaped item. It looked like a miniature model of a stone altar. It was in the shape of a pyramid. The arrangements at the top of the altar were all there. There were a few long bright lanterns, spell swords, sacrificial altars, etc. They were all placed neatly. It looked like it was only the size of a palm, but Zhong Shou knew that once this item was spread out, it could expand to 100 feet. It was connected to the various spiritual veins of heaven and earth, allowing spirit masters to use them for themselves and easily cast spells above their grade. It could hide its tracks and could fly in the air, soaring high up in the sky. It also had a protective spiritual formation to block external evils. To high-grade spirit masters, this was something they couldn't lack. They were people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with martial cultivators, or even surpass them. Surprised and delighted, however, Zhong Shou also knew that at this moment it wasn't convenient for him to use this altar to test it out. Just as he kept it, he heard Old Man Longing laugh. "These gains are not bad, there is everything you need. Speaking of which, he doesn't need to give you anything else." Zhong Shou thought about the dragon pellet and dragon soul in his heaven and earth bag, as well as the items within the bottle. His trip to Dragon Gathering Mountain had indeed earned a lot. He didn't lack anything. He couldn't help but smile, following which his expression turned solemn. "What other instructions does Master have?" Roughly 2,000 miles west of this Dragon Gathering Mountain, a golden body was flying in the air, swiftly passing through. Suddenly his ears shook. His figure suddenly turned and rushed into a cloud of dense lightning. In just a moment, he descended straight down. When he landed, it was a reef island above the cloud ocean. It wasn't large, only 10,000 feet wide. Apart from stone, there was nothing else on the island. There wasn't even any grass. However, at this moment there were a few people with extraordinary appearances sitting on top of it. When that golden person was flying, he was so fast that one couldn't see his body clearly. After he landed, one could see that it was a golden armored fatty. Looking at the few people in front of him, his brows rose up in surprise. "Senior brothers, you are here just to wait for me, Jin Buhui? What a rare sight." The people present were led by Xian Taiji. That Chen Huai and Su Chen were also there. Chapter 380. Senior brothers, you are here just to wait for me, Jin Buhui? What a rare sight. You coward. When Chen Huai heard that, he laughed and scolded. If it wasn't for that Zhong Shou, would the few of us be waiting for you here? Your personality is really weird. You love money so much? For a full year, your whereabouts were uncertain. If it wasn't for that 9 witch matter, you probably wouldn't have returned to the sect. We were afraid that after this Dragon Gathering Mountain, your whereabouts would be uncertain. Senior brother and I waited for you here. It isn't that I don't want to return to the sect. It is that the sect is filled with senior brothers and sisters who have studied so much that their brains are broken. Each time I go back, I will be lectured. Wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Jin Buhui giggled, following which his expression turned serious as he walked in front of Xian Taiji and sat down. Senior brother, please speak. Why are you looking for me? Is it related to Zhong Shou? Senior brothers, do you think so highly of this person? Suchen smiled at the side and didn't speak. Xian Taiji sighed in annoyance. You little brat, why do you need to act dumb? This Zhong Shou just has top sword techniques and it is enough to shock the cloud world. Even if his cultivation isn't there, in the future he will rule the cloud world. He is a top person who hasn't appeared in the world for thousands of years. Moreover, apart from his sword path talents, he is also a city lord who occupies 10,000 miles of land. How can we not pay attention to him? Jin Buhui's brows furrowed, following which he shook his head. So what if he is a city lord? His spirit master cultivation has already reached the return to Sun Realm. In not long, he will be able to roam the world. In this cloud world, grade 7 and above experts can't stay in the world. Xian Taiji and Chen Huai instantly exchanged glances with one another. The latter broke out into a laugh. "Buhui, I didn't expect you to protect this Zong Shou. Don't worry, my Haoshuan sect has no bad intentions towards him. I just wanted to ask you about your relationship with Zong Shou and to deduce his temperament." Within the cloud world, there was a rule that day-wandering and ascended realm spirit masters and martial cultivators couldn't stay in the world. However, the central dynasty was in charge. However, there were still 3 years left after his advancement. As long as this person could control more than 15 provinces before reaching the 7th stage and form a country of his own, he would have enough people and destiny. Who in the Donglin cloud world could force him to step down? In the central dynasty, the 5 continents and 10 islands, the rulers of each country are all above the ascended realm. Jin Buhui's eyes flashed and he was in deep thought. Subsequently, he heard Chen Huai say, "There's one more thing. Earlier, I once mentioned to junior brother Su Chen that I wanted to bring Zong Shou into my Haoshuan sect. Do you know what junior brother Su Chen said? He said that senior brother Xian and I don't need to worry about this matter." I asked again, why? Does the Kenzo sect have their eyes on this kid? However, junior brother Su Chen said no. Hearing those words, Jin Buhui was startled as he looked towards Su Chen, only to see that this person still had a smile that didn't look like he was smiling, keeping his mouth shut. Thinking back to junior brother Su Chen, he once said that Overlord Blade Lei Dong and Zong Shou were sworn brothers. I ordered people to investigate Lei Dong's actions. What do you think the outcome was? Seeing the curiosity on Jin Buhui's face, Chen Huai laughed. In the end, I noticed that this person and 7 spirit sects, Zhao Yanran, were together for half a year. Their tracks coincided with the path that Zong Shou took back to Gantian Mountain a few months ago. I also coincidentally knew that when Zong Shou took over the throne, Song Shengdao's revered Great Sun Knife Saint had returned to this world. Song Shengdao, his eyes constricted, a solemn expression appeared in Jin Buhui's eyes. He could pretty much imagine the situation half a year ago. Lei Dong and Zhao Yanran definitely weren't together for romance. It was just the Kenzo sect and Song Shengdao fighting for disciples. Since that great Sun Knife Saint had personally come to this world, how could he return empty-handed? Following which his heart moved slightly as he thought back to something. Jin Buhui couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. No wonder a few months ago, your Kenzo sect and Song Shengdao were singing the same tune. He took in 2 peerless geniuses one after another. This hidden deal was really well done. Su Chen laughed, raising his head and looking into the sky, still keeping his mouth shut. I have also said those words to junior brother Su. Xian Taiji shook his head solemnly. Junior brother Su didn't say anything. These things were just our guesses and couldn't be brought to the surface. As long as Song Shengdao doesn't admit it, we can only act like we don't know. Junior brother, now do you know why the 2 of us have such high hopes for this person? Master also has the same thoughts. Jin Buhui sighed bitterly. How could he not know why his 2 senior brothers had such high hopes for him? Zong Shou was really talented and also had Song Shengdao's accumulated resources as his backing. Be it his martial path or spiritual cultivation, his achievements in the future would shock the world. Looking at his talent, even if he didn't borrow the strength of the 3 sects and 6 schools, Gantian Mountain City had at least a 30% chance of unifying Donglin Cloud Continent. How could such a person not attract the attention of the world? Just as he was hesitating to speak, Jin Buhui had an idea. He thought back to not long ago when Zong Shou invited Haoshuan sect to discuss the Dragon Canyon matter. I wonder if this fellow had already anticipated this scene? Before this, he thought that Zong Shou wanted to borrow the strength of Haoshuan sect to go up against Lingyun and Mysterious Cloud Spirit sect. Looking at it now, that might not be the case. On the contrary, it showed a lot more. With this person's identity, be it Song Shengdao or a righteous sect like Wujua Villa, they could all help. Even without Haoshuan sect, they might be able to protect the Dragon Canyon. Thinking about that, he felt a little pitiful for Lingyun's sect. Offending such a person would cause the Lingyun sect's power to decline greatly in the Donglin Cloud continent. This was the best chance for their Haoshuan sect to interfere in Donglin Cloud continent. Just as he was hesitating in his heart, Suchen on the side suddenly exclaimed. Looking into the distance, in just a short moment, a short sword suddenly appeared in the air. It landed in Suchen's hand and circled for a moment. Suchen's brows furrowed. When the three of them looked over, he generously passed the short sword in his hand to Xian Taiji. It is news from my sect, it is a little problematic. Sword Prince 4 days ago Jueyu came out of seclusion. Not long ago he used 274 swords to defeat that spiritual sword Ruotao. He said that he wants to use 3 years, starting from the end of the 19 spiritual houses to challenge all the large sects in the world to prove his sword path martial arts. 19 spiritual houses, 10 shrines, 5 vast habitats, 3 heavenly heavens, no one will be able to escape. Sword Prince Jueyu? That martial arts maniac? Xian Taiji suspiciously took the sword in his hand, following which he also frowned. If that fellow is really problematic. His sword skills are top. Not only is he the second of the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World. In your generation, he is the only one. 2 years ago, he was like Zhong Shou. His sword path is one with the spirit. Now that he has been in seclusion for 2 years, who knows what realm he has reached. My Haoshuan sect will probably be humiliated by him. Suchen also sighed. My Kenzo sect is probably the same, just that we will lose even more face. Known as the Kenzo sect, the origin of all the swordsmen in the world. However, in terms of the sword path, we lost to others. Spirit Sword Ruotao has already lost. Now we can only hope that person can help the sect get back some face. Unfortunately, he has entered the sect for too short a time and his realm hasn't reached grade 7. When the time comes, he most probably won't be his match. Xian Taiji only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The Kenzo sect and Song Xingdao both had a person who could help them get back their face. Their Haoshuan sect didn't even have a decent candidate who could fight. Thinking about that, Xian Taiji couldn't help but stare viciously at Jin Buhui. In terms of talent, this fellow wasn't any weaker than the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World. However, he didn't do proper work, running around all day just to amass wealth. He really didn't understand why a cultivator only needed to have enough wealth. What was the point of having so much money? If this fellow could spend 70% of his effort on spiritual cultivation and martial arts, the sect wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Jin Buhui first didn't understand, following which he realized something. His expression was really awkward. He could only touch his head and shift his gaze away, avoiding eye contact with Xian Taiji. He also knew that his carefree days had come to an end. He had seen that sword Prince Jueyu before. It was said that he was only 20 but was already a 4 Meridian Grandmaster. His sword path was one with the spirit. 2 years ago, he defeated 5 ascended experts and shocked the world. He was seen as a top sword expert in the world. People who were curious also called him Spirit Sword Ruotao and another person the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World. However, not long after, this person said that he was in secluded meditation and no news was heard from him. This Jueyu was known as a martial arts maniac and loved to find people to challenge. Before he went into secluded meditation, this person was searching for traces of the other person in the 3 pinnacle swords. This was why there were rumors that this Jueyu disappeared after he lost in the challenge. Actually, within the sect, there were many people who could beat him. However, age and identity were suitable to fight, only Chen Huai and him were suitable. No matter how much his master indulged him, he would never be able to control himself. At such a crucial moment, he definitely wouldn't allow him to be so carefree. He had to give orders and go into secluded meditation. There were 19 spiritual talismans in front of him, 5 shrines. The Haoshuan clan was ranked 25th. At most, in a year, that Jueyu would definitely head over to challenge them. At that time, if he was unable to break through to grade 7 realm, he reckoned that his master would skin him alive if he dared to do so. As expected, in the next moment, he heard Xian Taiji scoff coldly, "Junior brother Buhui, although master didn't send an order to come over. However, for safety's sake, junior brother should follow me back to the sect." Jean Buhui's fat face was instantly conflicted. He gritted his teeth. "This sword Prince Juyu, I really want to hire someone to kill him." When Suchin heard that, he broke out into a laugh. There really are people who hire people to kill. Out of those 19 spiritual houses, there are many sects who have offered sky-high prices to take his life. Jean Buhui couldn't help but feel dejected when he heard that, following which he thought back to Zhongshou. He felt much better in his heart, thinking that this fellow would definitely make a fool out of himself. To be continued. Chapter 381. Ha, ha, ha. Within the cloud Saint City Lord Manor, Su Jingyuan was laughing maniacally, drinking a mouthful of strong wine. His interest was ignited. On the table in front of him, his brush moved like a dragon. In just a moment, a giant bird jumped onto the paper. It looked like an eagle flying like a roc, but not a roc. Its wings were all golden feathers, its body was huge, and it was spreading its wings to soar. Lianqing at the side looked on quietly. Only after he finished did he smile. Golden-winged roc, using such a god-beast to describe Zhongshou is really suitable. The legendary golden-winged roc was similar to a normal bird when it was a baby, even weaker than it. It was bullied by beasts. However, once it grew up, it could roar in the clouds for 10,000 miles, above all god-beasts. To be able to adapt to the toughest environment with a strong will, it would be able to win in a tough battle. In terms of close-to-god combat strength, even the Emperor of Birds, the Phoenix, couldn't be compared to it. Su Jingyuan smiled, placing down the brush. I didn't misjudge him. Now that he has obtained the legacy of the 99 Long Ing sword, the ruler's last weakness has been fixed. With the Long Ing old man as a shield, even if Song Xingdao doesn't appear, no one will dare to act recklessly against him. I didn't expect that the ruler would be able to defeat Long Ruo, shocking the world and even gain the favor of the martial saint. It is like a fish jumping into a dragon. From now on, the sky and land are vast, allowing him to roam freely. Only who knows what is happening on the side of Lingyun's sect. The news hasn't spread out. Lianqing shook his head slightly. If it wasn't for their Cloud Saint City paying attention to Zhongshou from start to finish, the matter of the dragon gathering mountain this time would only be known after a few days. We only know that 6 hours after the matter, the Lingyun sect disciples outside all rushed back to the sect. The side of Pill Spirit Mountain also started to increase their wariness. The various heroes that came out from the assembled Dragon Mountain also had a lot of ridicule towards the Lingyun school in their words, and even looked down on them. They were supposed to be the future pillars of the sect, but due to the reckless actions and short-sightedness of their disciples, they were chased out. Coincidentally, the ruler's father had a huge debt to Lingyun's sect. They all thought that the disciples of the cloud-soaring sect were too arrogant, and that most of the powerful people in the sect would flick their sleeves. If this continued, the sect wouldn't be far from death, already showing signs of decline. Liancheng was still unaware of the attitude of those heretical sections. However, those people would definitely not let go of this opportunity. After all, it was a holy land. Even the righteous sects of the 19 spiritual houses would be tempted. Hey! I can't believe that the cloud-soaring sect would have such a day. Su Jingyuan sneered coldly, revealing traces of coldness. Although the Lingyun sect had lost all its face this time, its strength was not damaged at all. It was enough to support the sect. They were just some small forces that couldn't be seen in public. They couldn't do anything to this great sect. After thinking for a while, Su Jingyuan waved his brush again and said, "Pass down the order for me. You can let Jingfang return." Lian Qing was stunned. The full name of the Jingfang in Su Jingyuan's words was Su Jingfang. He was Su Jingyuan's younger brother. At this moment, he was leading an army of 170,000 to invade the south to reclaim lost land. Along the way down south, they were invincible. In just a few more days, Cloud Saint City would be able to recover to its peak. At this moment, Gantian Mountain was flourishing and Zhong Shou's name was spreading across the world. He couldn't understand why Su Jingyuan would stop now. "It is because the ruler is so famous that we have to stop," like he had seen through Lian Cheng's thoughts. Su Jingyuan's eyes shone brightly. In the past, the Lingyun sect didn't care about Gantian Mountain and us. However, today they will pay close attention to the situation in Donglin Cloud Continent. Our Cloud Saint City only needs to hide our strength. Accumulate strength. When the ruler and Lingyun sect start fighting, we will viciously stab them in the back. When he heard the last sentence, Lian Qing couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Subconsciously, he only felt an extremely cold, killing intent rushing towards him. Looking closely at Su Jingyuan's face, there seemed to be something burning in his eyes. Lian Qing recognized that it was endless hatred and hatred. Since 10 over years ago, it had gotten stronger day by day. If he was unable to vent it, sooner or later, it would ignite Su Jingyuan himself and cause him to go totally crazy. Pretty much at the same time, 20,000 miles west of Dragon Gathering Mountain, less than 300 miles away from the Cloud Palace, Wu Hua was stepping on the clouds, his hands behind his back. His eyes were slightly distracted as he looked towards the east. Behind him stood a person, it was Ling Lai. Behind him, there were 3 other figures. To say that they were people wasn't appropriate. It was just 3 balls of smoke, 2 of which had a human shape. It was Long Ruo and Han Nishui. Li Yuandan was the last person, as his cultivation was the weakest out of the 3. He could only form a ball of energy in front of the soul. They all kept silent and didn't speak. That Ling Lai also held his breath. "It's about time to reach here." Including Ling Lai, the 4 of them all held their breath. As for Taomaster Wu Hua, he also turned around. "I am thinking about how to deal with all of you," he said, "all of you," but where his eyes landed was on Long Ruo. "Do you know that I am outside of the Cloud Palace and don't dare to step in? I only feel extremely ashamed to face the ancestors and teachers. I also don't dare to face the many senior and junior brothers being blamed by the elders." Long Ruo had already lost his body, but his soul was intensely trembling. After a long while he bowed. "Long Ruo has disappointed Master. Zhong Shou's matter is all my fault, it has nothing to do with Master." Wu Hua still said expressionlessly, "You are my direct disciple, all your achievements and crimes are closely related to me. What is the point of saying those words? Roar, I remember I told you before. When looking at a person, you can't be partial and can't be arrogant. I remember that your senior master Ling Weizi ordered you to bring Zhong Shou back to the sect and not to let you see his talent. Why did you make the decision to let him go? To be able to break the small heaven sword formation within 160 breaths, 343 breaths and kill 18 puppets. Even if he can't become a core disciple, can't he be an inner sect disciple? With his father saving my Lingyun disciple, isn't it worth the sect to repay him?" Long Ruo was silent once more, his soul shaking. Only when Wu Hua's gaze slowly turned cold did he open his mouth. "I was too confident and thought that I had seen through that person." "Confident? I think you are arrogant." "That's right. You do have the ability to be arrogant. Not even 28 and just a step away from forming your body. In this world, how many people can compare to you? So you think that people who can't cultivate are trash. They aren't worth the sect wasting energy on, right? Laughing out loud, Wu Hua's tone finally had some fluctuations, but it was as cold and emotionless as a knife. Han Nishui and Li Yuandan were both shocked. That Ling Lai's face also changed color, although he was unhappy about Long Ruo chasing Zhong Shou away. However, he didn't expect Wu Hua to treat Long Ruo so harshly. You let that Zhong Shou off because you had bad eyes and were helpless. Then after that, why didn't you think about repairing your relationship with him and making things difficult for him, even plotting to assassinate him twice? Did this person really become the demon in your heart? Long Ruo, is your tolerance so small? You can't even put down your face? While speaking, he coldly swept Han Nishui, causing the latter to feel awkward. Long Ruo was totally silent and didn't say a word. Wu Hua scoffed coldly, following which he also kept silent. This time he only waited for a moment before a person walked over from the direction of the Cloud Palace. He looked around 60, wearing a Taoist robe, looking like a celestial. However, his expression was also extremely ugly. When he arrived here and saw Wu Hua and the others, he wasn't surprised at all. His face was filled with bitterness as he bowed towards Wu Hua, greeting sect leader senior brother. Wu Hua nodded his head slightly, indicating for Ling Weizi to get up, following which he directly opened his mouth and asked, "What is the situation within the sect?" The elders of the punishment hall have stepped out and changed Liang Miaozi's punishment. This person used power and caused our sect to lose our chance to prosper. He has been sentenced to suicide to thank the sect. I, Ling Weizi, have failed to restrict the people of the sect and have suppressed the 10,000 Wind Pagoda for 50 years. As for Lin Fizi, I have taken his life, returning pill 10 years later. Long Ruo's divine soul fluctuated once again. Even Ling Lai's face turned pale with fright. Lin Fizi's lifespan had reached its end. If he didn't return pill 10 years later, within 30 he would definitely die. Why is it so heavy? Wu Hua's heart shook slightly, following which he sighed. Senior Master Lin Fizi's matter can't be salvaged. I'm afraid it can't be salvaged. Within the sect, everyone is saying that Long Ruo had eyes but couldn't see or was jealous of talents, which was why Zhong Shou had no chance to join the sect and instead became the enemy of the sect. Ling Weizi shook his head. What a sigh. This kid's sword path is one with the spirit, able to use his own strength to break through the human barrier. This kind of peerless talent couldn't be used by the sect. The few senior masters and senior masters are all heartbroken, saying that this is our sect's biggest loss in 10,000 years. There were also a few elders who flipped open the books left by the ancestor. Within it actually said that if someone could break Pill Spirit Mountain, the Sky Sword and Heaven Talisman platforms, then even if that person didn't have any cultivation, he would become the disciple of the sect leader. It was obvious that this was predicted 10,000 years ago. Some people said that you knew but didn't say anything. Wu Hua's brows furrowed. He really didn't know about this matter. The tens of books left by the ancestor were always in the hands of the few elders. Even he didn't have the chance to take a look at them. However, at this moment it didn't matter. When he confronted them, even those people with bad intentions wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In his heart, he was filled with shock and hatred. These elders were really old and muddle-headed. It was such an important matter, yet he had only spoken of it today. Didn't they feel that it was too late? Ling Weizi also knew what Wu Hua was thinking about, following which he sighed. What is even more unfortunate is that not long ago news spread out. Sword Prince Jueyu has come out of seclusion and wants to challenge the 19 spiritual houses, 10 shrines. Chapter 382. What is even more unfortunate is that not long ago news spread out. Sword Prince Jueyu has come out of seclusion and wants to challenge the 19 spiritual houses and 10 shrines. As he said that, Ling Weizi couldn't help but look coldly at Long Ruo. He was furious and hateful, but also filled with pity. Originally, when Sword Prince Juyu came, the most suitable person to fight was Long Ruo. However, today only Zhu Renquang, who had just advanced to the Ascended Realm, was left to take up the responsibility. If Zhong Shou could join the sect, he could even use this battle to spread the name of Lingyun throughout the Cloud World. However, today it was all too late. Sword Prince Juyu Jinren Wu Hua's expression was extremely ugly. He also knew that within the sect, one Zhu Renquang couldn't take up the responsibility alone. His steely green face grew darker and darker. I know about this matter. Then what do the few elders say about Long Ruo? Although his talents are not bad, his heart is too narrow. This Zhong Shou matter is a huge crime. He isn't worthy to be the next sect leader. The pity on Ling Weizi's face became thicker, hesitating as he said, listening to what the few senior masters are saying, they want to punish him heavily and even chase him out of the sect. Long Ruo's body shook once more. Wu Hua's face also shook slightly, his fists clenched tightly, revealing a furious expression. Ling Weizi acted like he didn't see anything, sighing as he looked into the distance. This matter can't be salvaged. Our Lingyun sect needs to give an explanation to the people of the world. We can't let the reputation that Lingyun sect has built up over tens of thousands of years be destroyed in our hand. Sect leader senior brother, do you know that when the news spread out, the few demon sects of Lingyun sect all had some weird movement? Even the few spiritual houses and sects aren't happy? Glancing at Han Nishui, Ling Weizi's gaze was ice-cold. Even the mysterious Cloud Spirit sect is furious. They have already sent people over to blame our sect for Long Ruo assassinating Zhong Shou and doing such an unjust thing. Why do they have to drag their mysterious Cloud Spirit sect disciples down with them? Wu Hua scoffed, his fists tightly clenched. Then, his expression was incomparably complicated as he entered a trance. His eyes were filled with heartache and hesitation. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. On the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain, Zhong Shou was still sitting cross-legged. He spread out his consciousness and communicated with Old Man Long Ying, who was hundreds of worlds away. I heard Master mention earlier that the Heaven Devourer origin transformation technique I utilized earlier has already been lost in the Oblivion Cloud Sea. What are the details of this matter? You really want to ask about this? The Old Man Long Ying chuckled and said, if it were anyone else, they would probably be confused. I, Long Ying, had fought with that person in the past, so I know a bit about him. The person who created this cultivation technique was a person called Venerable Devouring Sky from the Cloud Desolate era. When he appeared in the Cloud World, he was already at the Saint Realm. At that time, he was pretty much invincible. Not only could he swallow the essence energy of heaven and earth for his own use, but he could also suck the true chi and soul power of others. This was why his combat strength was so strong that he was the best at that time. Even the few End Realm experts at that time avoided him and didn't dare to easily fight him. After I advanced to the Saint stage in the past, I happened to encounter him once, and I was badly defeated and almost lost my life. I used the newly created 99 Long Ying sword to fight with all my strength. Not only did I manage to escape, but I also broke an arm of that person. He could be considered the top person in the Cloud World. When he said that, Old Man Long Ying didn't care about his loss at all. Instead, he continued with a delighted expression. However, at that time, that person might have cultivated the heaven-devouring energy conversion technique and had some problems. His mind would suddenly go crazy and suddenly become clear. After the battle with me, he charged into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean and disappeared. Due to the grievances between us, I paid attention to the changes in the Cloud Ocean and even entered to search. In the end, hundreds of years passed and I didn't see him come out. There were also no traces of him. In the end, I slowly forgot about this matter. I didn't expect that 10,000 years later, my direct disciple would actually learn this technique. Zhong Shoshin's heart was in a frenzy and he was unable to calm down. Since this heaven-devouring energy conversion technique had followed its master and disappeared into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, then why did it appear in the God Emperor game? Did people in the future find it when they explored the Oblivion Cloud Ocean and brought it out? Also, his father, the future maniac blood monster saint, Nine-Tail Fox King, was in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. I pretty much know about this matter. Scoff, even if your senior brother Wei Su is as smart as a ghost, he was still kept in the dark about this matter. Zhong Shou, you have a good father. Old Man Longing laughed, filled with emotions. As for the details, it isn't convenient for me to tell you now. In the future, if you have time, you can head to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean to take a look. He was actually willing to give up such a thing and give up on a technique to enter the Saint Realm in one step. Your father, Zhong Weiran, is really admirable. Zhong Shou, remember, in the future you can forget everything, even Wei Su and I, but you can't be unfilial and disrespectful to your father. Zhong Shou was startled. Just as he was about to ask more, he felt that vast intent suppressing the mountain peak suddenly surge away. In a moment it was nowhere to be seen. He called out to him but didn't hear any reply from Old Man Longing. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. What did Longing mean when he said that he had a good father? He was even willing to give up such a thing? What was he referring to? Was he referring to that mysterious blue ball of light in his soul? Or was it the book of Ian Extreme Life that he obtained in his last life? Hearing Old Man Longying's tone, everything he had now was because of Zhong Weiran. What was going on? When he replaced Zhong Shou and took control of Zhong Shou's body, Zhong Shou disappeared without a trace. Zhong Weiran had already disappeared without a trace, hiding in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean alone. Also, that Zhong Shou, before he totally disappeared, he said, "You and I are one. You are me, I am you." Thinking about it now, it made one's hair stand up. Instinctively, one didn't want to think about it. Could it be that everything he had experienced after 10,000 years had been fake? In this world, there wasn't a Sword Emperor Tanqiu? He was just a soul split from Zhong Shou? Or the Sword Emperor Tanqiu 10,000 years later was Zhong Shou? How was that possible? What he experienced in his last life, be it enemies or friends, they were all made of flesh and blood. How could it be an illusion? Even an End Realm Peak expert wouldn't be able to do that. Just as his thoughts were spinning, thinking about it, he felt that it was preposterous and he had no idea. The vital energy in his body surged and was about to go berserk. Coincidentally, at that moment, that familiar strong intent spread through the air once more. The voice of the dragon Shadow Old Man rang out once more. I almost forgot to say that the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique that you used before was not bad. However, in the future, you don't need to be too careful. Although that heaven-swallowing venerable went crazy because of that technique. However, in my eyes, it was most probably because he misused it. This technique most probably wasn't created by him, and he used it in the wrong place. In the future, you can study it carefully and don't stop eating because of choking. This technique can swallow the heavens and swallow the earth. When it is weak, it can take away what it has and make up for what it lacks. When it is strong, it can take away what it lacks and make up for what it lacks. It is sick in the head. The heavenly path has been taken up by it. Its true use shouldn't be below that of the book of Ian Extreme Life. Zhong Shou was originally slowly calming down and listening intently. However, when he heard the last sentence, his body shook once more. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Who knows if it was because Longing mentioned it on purpose or because he mentioned it on purpose, that Long Ying's voice continued, "Don't think too much about this matter. In the future, when you go to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean and see your father, you will naturally understand. Also, let me say something, the greatest fortune of my longing might be taking you Zhong Shou in as my disciple. This is why disciple, you don't need to feel any burden in your heart. When that voice reached the end, it slowly became blurry. When it said the word burden, it directly disappeared. Zhong Shoxin called out a few more times. However, in the end, he still didn't receive a reply from Long Ying. He knew that his master's intent had probably totally left the cloud world. Zhong Shou heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. In the next instance, he laughed bitterly. There were some things that he wasn't able to ask clearly. He still couldn't understand why that Long Ying placed so much importance on him. He was really clear about his own worth. Even if he could see through the mysteries of the wall, with Long Ying's saint identity, he didn't need to beg him to take him as his master. What a strange thing to say. Also, should he go to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean or not? What did that maniac blood monster Saint Zhong Weiran have to do with him? Random thoughts rose up in his heart. Zhong Shou thought about it for a moment and knew that the energy in his body was going berserk once more. Only then was he shocked, decisively suppressing these chaotic thoughts. When Zhong Shou looked forward, he saw Zhong Yuan, who was holding a spear at the side, looking over. "Ruler, has that Long Ying martial saint left?" Zhong Shou nodded his head and was about to stand up. However, he felt an intense twitching pain in his meridian. All his muscles were like millions of ants biting and eating his body. Before he could use half of his strength, Zhong Shou had no choice but to sit down once more. He understood in his heart that this was the result of going all out against Long Ruo and the other two. Although this external pill was good, it could improve his current body constitution. The damage to his meridians was too huge. If it wasn't for Long Ying helping him, his 9 chakra meridians would have been broken into dozens of pieces. Sighing, Zhong Shou had no choice but to enter a meditative state to adjust his breathing. Instinctively, he wanted to borrow some of the abundant spiritual energy from the external pill. However, a moment later, he felt that it wasn't right. Zhong Shou hurriedly took out the heaven-grade external pill that he hid in his sleeves and placed it in front of his eyes. He saw that on it, there was a huge seal word on it. He couldn't help but exclaim, his expression startled. He knew that this was done by Long Ying to prevent him from abusing this item. This time, he was beaten back to his original state. To be continued. Chapter 383. This is tough. Without this heaven-grade 2 meridian external pill, at most his true chi had just entered the martial ancestor realm and his soul power was only at the return to sun realm. Even if he had newly grasped the sword soul, if he couldn't use it, it was useless. He could only obediently swallow an injury pill and activate his chi to dissolve it. Then, he used his breathing to adjust the energy in his body. He suppressed the chaotic true chi one by one. Who knows how long had passed, when his injuries finally started to turn for the better, Zhong Shou suddenly felt something. His eyes looked into the distance, only to see that there were 2 gazes looking over. Standing on the top of a mountain several thousand feet away, there were 2 people standing there. One of them was wearing a white shirt and skirt, half of it was dyed red by blood. It was Xiongyu. Her gaze was really calm and didn't have much hatred. The other person was around 20 years old, holding a fan and giving off the feeling of an elegant young master. He looked over with interest. That expression was like 10,000 years later when people were in the zoo looking at those rare beasts. After exchanging glances with Zhong Shou, Xiongyu directly turned around and left. As for the other person, he closed his fan and made a throat-slitting action towards Zhong Shou. Then, he laughed and left with Xiongyu. As they were too far away, the laughter naturally couldn't be heard. However, from his expression, one could see the provocation and disdain. Who is that person? Zhong Shou was shocked, only feeling that it was really weird. He had never seen such a weirdo before. He was truly stupid. He asked, How long have they been looking there? When Zhong Yuan heard that, he shook his head. 4 hours ago, these two people suddenly appeared there. As for that person's identity, I don't know. 4 hours ago? Zhong Shaoxin's heart sunk, looking at the sky. Wasn't that when his master Long Ying's spiritual sense left? The two of them had probably been spying on him the entire time. Not only had Long Ying, who was thousands of worlds away, not sensed anything, but he had also sensed something. Even Su Chen, who had spoken to him after that, did not notice it either. Then, he didn't bother about it and asked curiously, "How did you and Gong Yu enter the upper level?" He had always been curious about this matter. With Yan Feibai and Ge Hanyun's talent, as well as the many treasures they brought with them, he had also entered the inner sect when Dragon Gate Cave was about to collapse. Zhong Yuan and Gong Yu were actually several steps ahead of them. It was really surprising. Zhong Yuan did not reply, and suddenly thrust out his spear. Around him, there was a dragon roar. The shadow of a lightning dragon coiled around his body. Wherever the tip of the vast spear touched, tens of thousands of lightning arcs would explode. It had both the ferocity of the berserk thunder spear intent and the tyranny of the thunder dragon sword. He had almost merged the two together. When all the lightning light disappeared, the heavenly emperor's eyes lit up. Zhong Yuan opened his mouth to explain. To enter the upper level, one doesn't have to comprehend all 9 types of true dragon sword intents. To be able to focus on one type of martial path intent and develop it to the extreme is also possible. Since separating from ruler, Zhong Yuan and Gong Yu have been searching for traces of ruler. We coincidentally found that entrance and were lucky enough to pass. Zhong Yuan didn't say much about the details. Zhong Shou also didn't ask. He knew that Zhong Yuan must have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter when he entered the upper level. The spear just now had the shadow of the 9-9 Long Ying sword. Its killing strength was above that of the lightning true dragon sword intent. It should be a version after Old Man Long Ying split the 9-9 Long Ying sword. Looking at the strength, it was at least grade 8, an earth-shattering martial technique. It was pretty close to his 6-god defensive knife technique. He also felt happy for Zhong Yuan. With this spear technique along with the insight mysterious lightning body training art, it would be a smooth path for him to reach the ascended realm. Just as Zhong Shou used strength once more and successfully stood up, he still felt like his entire body was being bitten by ants, extremely painful. That's right. Ants. Zhong Shou frowned and looked below, only to see that there were small ant swarms all around. They were no different from normal ants. They were either searching for food or building their nests underground. If it was during normal times, there wouldn't be anything wrong. However, not long ago, he, Long Ra, and the other two had a huge battle that nearly flattened the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou said expressionlessly, "Zhong Yuan, this time I comprehended a lot in front of the reflecting wall. It seems like I need some time to comprehend and consolidate here." Zhong Yuan's eyes turned cold as he swept those ant swarms. Then, they returned back to normal and didn't have any objections. He also needed time to merge that lightning dragon sword into his spear technique. Time flew like a shuttle. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On the peak of Dragon Gathering Mountain, Zhong Shou was standing on a relatively clean giant stone. His body moved as he punched out continuously. At this moment, his body was naked, and on the surface of his skin, one could see many dragon-shaped images which were swimming about. They were ice and blue in color, a total of 8 of them. It caused his skin to tear apart and swiftly heal. Along with Zhong Shou's fist position, those 8 Long Ying dragons suddenly gathered together and suddenly spread out. The fist wind was suddenly fierce and overbearing, suddenly gentle and elegant. It caused numerous pieces of stone to rise into the air and revolve around him. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by a certain power, gathering into Zhong Shou's body. This wasn't the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique, but the effect of the fist technique itself. 6 days ago, Zhong Shou's injuries had totally healed. That day, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to merge 2 spiritual veins into his body, stepping into the 4-meridian martial ancestor realm. As for the body training fist technique, it changed from the skin, tendons, and skin training demon rhino spiritual armor fist to the little 5-round enlightened king fist. Following the yin and yang 5 elements cycle, he once again started to train the 5 organs and 6 organs. In the past, he used his own internal energy essence to train the 2 meridians and strengthen his internal organs. At this moment, he was using the pure and endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth to train and strengthen. Although the body was said to form its own heaven and earth, its own world, it was still limited. Compared to using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to train, the effect was naturally huge. In these few days, Zhong Shou's body training had improved by leaps and bounds. However, the more it was so, the more he felt that his foundations weren't stable. His advancement was too quick, from Xiantian to martial ancestor in less than 5 months. Today, he had already included the 5th meridian into his schedule. In just a few tens of days, he would be able to merge them once more. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Iren giving him so many pills, if it wasn't for Old Man Longing merging the dragon essence into his body, he definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Different from Zongyuan, his sword technique and world-shocking spiritual art were too overbearing and too ferocious before he managed to merge toughness and gentleness. If he didn't have a strong physical body, he wouldn't be able to hold on. As for the dual meridian body, the true chi and spiritual energy he could use was several times that of normal people. However, the requirements of the physical body were also several times higher than theirs. After training for a while more, until his stamina was nearly used up, Zhong Shou panted as he stopped. He noticed that ever since he merged the dragon essence into his body didn't change at all. Not only did his physical strength not increase, it actually weakened. When he punched out with all his strength, he could reach 1,000,000 kilograms of strength, completely exploding out his dual meridians. He could even reach 2,000,000 kilograms, no weaker than those Xuanwu ancestors. However, such a state could only last for 3 hours. A large portion of his stamina was consumed by the energy conflicts in his chakra meridians. Each time he trained, his body would feel numerous amounts of pain. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in sweat, the muscles of his limbs were twitching. Zhong Shou forcefully suppressed that sleepy feeling of exhaustion. He absorbed a drop of spiritual salamander essence blood into his body. When he activated the Insight Mysterious Lightning Body Training Art, his entire body was instantly filled with lightning. He could feel that each time the cells in his body went against the stimulation of the lightning, not long after, they would strengthen a little. The entire process was subtle and couldn't be sensed at all. However, often a day or 2 later, he would feel that his physical body was greatly strengthened. Especially after he used the spiritual salamander essence blood, the dragon essence that Longing merged into his body was also activated bit by bit during this process. This caused the effects of the Insight Mysterious Lightning Body Training Art to become more and more obvious. No wonder people in the future always say that those peak experts were all masochists. These words have really touched my heart. Sighing to seek joy in the midst of bitterness, a few hours later, Zhong Shou woke up from his meditation. He only felt refreshed and extremely carefree. Although training the body was painful, Zhong Shou loved this kind of extreme charging, the feeling of sweating profusely after exercising. It made him feel much more comfortable than cultivating spiritual techniques and meditating. However, this spiritual technique still had to be cultivated, and it was the most important. He tossed aside a few true spiritual talismans and focused on forming a stack word within his soul. Maybe because he had broken that reflective wall and comprehended a lot. Following which, Long Ing specially explained to him for half a day the secrets of the 9-9 Long Ing sword, especially the mysteries of the stack word. When he formed true spiritual charms, he was extremely quick. In a short 10 days, he had formed tens of spiritual charms. He also had some comprehension of the other true spiritual talismans. It surprised Zhong Shou himself. This stack word true spiritual talisman actually didn't have much power. In this world, there probably weren't many spiritual techniques that matched it. However, when this talisman was formed, he could think of a way to stack and use several spiritual techniques. At the same time, he could use this talisman to comprehend the 9-9 Long Ing sword intent. Just like how he formed the swallow and purify talismans, the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique also greatly improved. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou wasn't in the mood to meditate. His expression was focused as he looked not far away. In that direction, on a flat stone platform, there was a furnace placed there. A strange aroma wafted out from within. Chapter 384. It was a 3-legged medicine cauldron. Around the body of the cauldron, there were 5 carved purple defense pill turtles that turned back towards the cauldron cover. This was what Zhong Shou obtained from Li Yuandan's small heaven and earth bag. It was known as the Purple Defense Pill Cauldron. As for the Purple Defense Pill Turtle, it was said to be the spiritual pet of a Saint Realm expert in the ancient era. It was said that this person was the top person in the pill path during the Cloud Desolate era. The Purple Defense Pill Turtle possessed some abilities that were quite useful for pill refinement. Each time one refined pills, there was a 70% success rate. This was why to pill refiners, this Purple Defense Pill Turtle had a strong symbolic meaning. The thing in front of Zhong Shou could be considered a treasure of the pill fountain sect. Using the abilities of the Purple Defense Pill Turtle in the form of a spiritual tattoo talisman to increase the success rate of refining pills. However, at this moment within the cauldron, it wasn't refining pills but medicine. This fragrance, is it already done? Zhong Shou sniffed lightly. When the fragrance entered his nose, although it smelled good, as time passed, it made one feel disgusted. Even with his martial ancestor realm true qi, he couldn't suppress it. He only felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. This was similar to what was described in the book he read in his last life. It was originally a poisonous item, so the smell naturally contained poison. He took out a pill bottle from his sleeves and sniffed it. Zhong Shou only felt his mind clear up. Only then did he carefully walk to the side of the cauldron. Opening it, he only felt that it was a cauldron full of liquid. It was a greenish-black color and bubbled continuously. That thick smell made Zhong Shou feel dizzy. He hurriedly covered it and sniffed the pill bottle. Only then did he feel better, following which a look of joy appeared on his face. He had refined this item for close to 10 days and had failed 7 times. He had spent a lot of herbs. This time, he had finally succeeded. He couldn't help but feel delighted. His pill refining talent was a little lacking, but his poison refining skills were quite good. He added more charcoal to the bottom of the cauldron. It was also taken from Li Yuandan's Qiankuan bag. It was a charcoal core collected by the Pill Fountain sect and refined with great care. Just one was enough to burn for several days and maintain a high temperature. Immediately, Zhong Shou retreated several dozen feet away until he could no longer smell the fragrance. Then, he stopped. Sitting down to meditate, Zhong Shou waited for the sun to set, the moon to move, and the stars to fill the night sky. Only then did he open his eyes again. Joy flashed across his eyes. Ever since he broke the mystery of the 9 image stone walls and the reflecting wall, he fought with Long Ruo again. Be it his spiritual cultivation or martial path, he improved by leaps and bounds. Elder Long Ing had fused the dragon essence into his body and transformed it into the potential of his physical body. This was equivalent to strengthening his physique from the source. Therefore, just now, his soul power had increased crazily just by cultivating a little. The formation of the few true spiritual charms was extremely quick. On this dragon-gathering mountain, just 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to close to a day of hard work. However, when he looked into his soul, Zhong Shou had a headache. Water, fire, metal, lightning, luck, swallow, purify, stack within his soul, 7 talismans were formed, as well as the stacked talisman that was about to be formed. Close to half of them were true spiritual talismans that couldn't directly injure the enemy and could only be used to support. In terms of the number of spells he could cast, he probably had the least of the same grade spirit masters. However, as they say, there are gains and losses. Although the number of spells he could use was few. In terms of power, normal spirit masters couldn't compare to him. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou had made his mind up. Before he charged for the day-wandering realm, he had to at least form the wood and earth words and gather the 5 elements. He stood up, sliding his feet, and he was in front of the pill cauldron. When he removed the charcoal core below and opened up the cover, there was no liquid inside. He discovered that there was no longer any liquid inside. There was only a layer of translucent, blue jade-like medicinal paste that was about a finger thick. It looked decent, but Zhong Shou knew that the medicinal paste was only the size of a fingernail and it could poison thousands of 100,000 kilogram and above cloud whales. Its toxicity was really amazing. It was made based on a poison recipe that he saw in the future. It was called the 100-mile quiet fragrance. It was said that as long as it was lit, within 100 miles it would be really quiet. The people, beasts, birds, and bugs within 100 miles would all die, so naturally it would be quiet. It had an immediate and miraculous effect on both insects and beasts. 10,000 years later, after a company improved it, they made a pesticide that was extremely popular. Of course, if it was used to deal with human race spirit cultivators and martial masters, after a certain amount it would also be useful. As the charcoal fire was extinguished, the temperature within the cauldron slowly dropped. The pungent smell also finally faded. Zhong Shou used 2 pieces of cloth to block his nose and scattered some gold powder. It caused the jade blue medicinal paste to have some specks of gold, looking really good. Then, he used the sap of a rubber tree to wipe out his hands. Only then did he carefully pick up a portion of the medicinal paste and knead it into incense sticks. He didn't ask for it to be beautiful, as long as it was useful. Each incense stick was made from the poisonous camphor wood as a pillar. On the outside, it was covered in a thick layer of blue medicinal paste. Then, he used spells to summon flames to roast it, forcing out the remaining water. This 100-mile quiet fragrance was considered to have been made. When Zhong Shou was refining medicine, he used a lot of ingredients, choosing those with the best medicinal effects. At this moment, when he was making the incense, he wished that the stronger the poison, the better. Hence, when the incense was made, it was the size of a child's arm. Only the outside was slightly ugly. The gold powder that was scattered on it was something unique to the pill fountain sect. It was the shell of a poisonous golden scorpion that was formed after it was crushed. It was said that as long as it wasn't a cold element poison, it could increase the medicinal strength of any poison by at least 30%. Just as Zhong Shou used up all the medicinal paste in the cauldron and made roughly 1,400-mile quiet incense stick, Zhong Shou's spiritual sense sensed a wind rushing over from the foot of the mountain. In just a moment it was in front of him. After standing still, the person who appeared was Zhong Yuan. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed as he said solemnly, "Ruler, that person probably can't take it anymore." Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he looked below, only to see that it was empty and there wasn't anything worth paying attention to. However, if one used spiritual sense to investigate, they would be able to feel that there were tens of thousands of crystal ants hiding above the soil layer. However, as they were worried that Old Man Longing might still be there, they didn't appear to attack. However, at this moment this region was unusually quiet. It was so quiet that it made one uneasy. Those crystal ants buried 10,000 feet under the soil layer. Rather than saying that they were hiding, it was better to say that they were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. Aunt Zhenren? As expected, he couldn't take it anymore. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, not bothering at all. This was also within his expectations. Outside of the swamp, Chai Yuan should have received the news and was gathering troops. That Aunt Zhenren didn't attack during these few days, so he probably wouldn't have a chance to. It's okay. Even before this, he had a way to let the two of them escape. With the sect token that Wei Su gave him, he could teleport to the common people's vast habitat with just one space jump. Moreover, at this moment, he had already refined the 100-mile quiet incense, so there was no need for him to retreat. Taking out the miniature spell altar from his heaven and earth bag, Zhong Shou chanted incantations. His hands formed spiritual sense and casually waved. A ball of spiritual light descended. That small spell altar suddenly increased by 100 times in size, turning into 100 feet. It was still the same as before when it shrunk to 1,000 feet, in the shape of a pyramid. However, at this moment it was 100 feet wide and 50 feet tall. The wooden table and candles on the altar had all turned into real size. Above the altar there was a 7-star pattern. There were numerous stars around, matching the stars. After Zhong Shou kept the furnace, he stepped onto the spell altar. Looking around, his brows furrowed once more. Not only at the bottom, there was a 7-star pattern similar to a formation. On the surrounding stone pillars there were all sorts of carvings. Metal element as the main element, the other 5 elements as support. Big Dipper focused on killing. It seemed like this Long Rua was prepared to walk to the end on the path of a sword cultivator. In his heart, a sense of novelty rose up. In the past, he had fought with many spirit masters, amongst which there were a few who were rich and could prepare their own spell altars. However, with his identity as a spirit master, using the power of the spell altar to fight with others, this was the first time since the creation of heaven and earth. Before this, he had pretty much refined this spell altar and now he didn't need to spend much effort on it. He only took out 7 long banners and stuck them around the spell altar, amongst which the metal, water, fire and lightning word true talismans were already in his heaven and earth bag. As for the purify, swallow and luck talismans, they were made by Zhong Shou on the spot. It was really rough and could at most be used 5 to 6 times. However, it was enough to deal with the battle today. Following which Zhong Shou lightly patted his shoulder, only to see a longing suddenly charge out from within his left arm. It was that lightning-winged flood serpent. 3 days ago, it finally woke up. It totally merged with the giant lightning dragon's essence blood. The 2 drops of the God Realm True Dragon Expert's blood weren't so easy to refine and absorb. It could only temporarily store them in its body. At this moment, his body had grown from less than half an arm size to over 100 feet in length. It had scales and horns, several long whiskers under its chin that floated in the wind. Lightning flashed around its body, making it look really majestic. It was really similar to those giant dragons. However, Zhong Shou knew in his heart that no matter how similar it looked, this lightning-winged flood serpent was still just a flood serpent. Even if it was really close, maybe in the next grade it would be able to form a true dragon body. However, its ability and combat strength was still a little weaker than a true giant dragon. After the lightning-winged flood serpent appeared, its soul was still spread out outside of its body. It was 1,000 feet long. That giant dragon head first nodded towards Zhong Shou. Then, it coiled around the area of the spell altar. It looked downwards like a tiger looking at its prey, its expression wary. Chapter 385. Once the giant flood dragon coiled up, Zhong Shou consecutively shot out several talismans to buff the body of the lightning-winged flood dragon, causing the lightning glow to become even brighter, shining all around. Samuraim's eyes shone brightly, filled with anticipation. To keep it a secret, since this lightning-winged flood dragon woke up, he hadn't personally seen the combat strength of his protector beast. Rebuilding its body and advancing to grade 7, from a snake to a flood dragon. Its strength should far exceed that of Long Rua's black flood dragon. Even if it had similar strength, it should be enough to ensure that he could safely escape. Casually waving his hand, a giant silver bear suddenly appeared and stood solemnly outside of the altar. Although this demon-eye silver bear was only a spirit beast body. However, after it mutated, its combat strength could be compared to normal Xuanwu ancestor peak expert. Similarly, he shot out several talismans which merged into the body of the silver bear. Following which Zhong Shou smiled towards Zhong Yuan below. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going up the altar to protect me?" A look of surprise flashed across Zhong Yuan's eyes. He didn't hesitate and directly flew up onto the 7-star spell altar. He charged up 50 feet and landed at the side. Zhong Shou picked up the 1,000-year peachwood sword on the table, lightly patting the table and saying "Rise." As expected, the altar immediately soared into the air. It flew about 100 feet into the air before heading west. The west side of this dragon-gathering mountain was close to the ocean and was only 200 miles away. It was a little further away from Gantian Mountain. However, within the cloud ocean it was all empty space. Even if those crystal ants had heavenly ability, they wouldn't be able to float in the air. It was covered in clouds and dense water spiritual energy, which was what the demon fire crystal ants hated the most. As expected, in just an hour, just as Zhong Shou could see the edge of the cloud ocean, all of a sudden, a buzzing sound could be heard from the horizon. Only to see hundreds and thousands of flying ants surrounding them from all directions. Countless demon fire crystal ants also crawled out from the ground. Fortunately, the altar was floating 200 feet above the ground. Although the jumping power of these crystal ants was strong, they could not reach this position and could only watch from below. As for the surroundings of the altar, there was also the deterrence of the lightning-winged flood dragon, causing the flying ants to not dare to rashly approach. Zhong Shou felt his scalp go numb as he watched. Indeed, the people that he had met with the people from Linhai College that day weren't the main force of Ant Jinren. At this moment, weren't there 50,000 crystal ants below? There were 400 of the strongest soldier ants. Just like that day, the 6-winged flying ants that were comparable to Stage 6 powerhouses had been killed by him with his flying dagger. There were no less than 20 of them. The location of the insect queen was still unknown. However, there were 4 6-winged flying ants and 10 soldier ants in this group of ant beasts. Their outer shells were not pure black, but a faint silvery white. Its body was half a size larger, giving off a threatening aura. Although it was a little weaker than a grade 7 beast, it was infinitely close. He should be the Ant Queen's attendant. This was the core combat strength of the Demon Fire Crystal Ant group. Zhong Yuan's face had already turned ashen white, tightly clenching the purple lightning spear in his hand. Zhong Shou was also grumbling in his heart, thinking to himself, "Master, Master, you sealed my external pill out of kindness, but you also caused me, your disciple, to suffer." If he could use the strength above the ascended realm, why would he need to go through so much trouble? However, his expression did not change. He quietly placed a few incense sticks around the altar and lit them up. He secretly stirred up the wind, causing the green smoke to ripple out. After adding in the golden scorpion powder, the scent of the 100-mile quiet incense was much more hidden. The first time one smelled it, it was a fragrance that entered one's nose. Moreover, it hid for a long time and even had the effect of clearing one's mind. One needed to accumulate lightning to a certain level before one could notice it. At that time, everything would be too late. Even Zhong Yuan couldn't help but take in a few deep breaths. Following which he came back to his senses. Instantly his entire body was covered in goosebumps. During these few days, he had personally witnessed several times when Zhong Shou added poison into the furnace. What poison sac of a 3-ring steppe-lion snake, egg of a lifeless bug, etc. They were all famous poisonous items. Any one of them could poison a person to death. Checking around in his body as expected, he felt that the energy in his body was slightly blocked. Until Zhong Shou tossed a pill bottle over. Only then did Zhong Yuan relax slightly. He didn't dare to delay as he swallowed one of the pills within. As for the lightning-winged flood dragon, it didn't fear anything at all. Its body couldn't let any evil enter. Any evil or poisonous items would be filtered by the lightning around its body and naturally purified. Those crystal ants didn't sense anything at all. They just circled around to the side, blocking Zhong Shou's path, surrounding but not attacking. Until a moment later, a person dressed in a Taoist robe stepped on a ruler-shaped spiritual artifact and rose into the air. Around 40 years old, his face was white and he didn't have a beard. He floated in the air like he was an expert. Roughly 20,000 feet in front of the altar, he suddenly stopped. Around him, there were actually 4 silver 6-winged flying ants circling around. He was obviously wary of Zhong Shou's sword technique. Not only did he raise up 2 body-protecting spiritual artifacts in the air, but he also had at least 7 spells buffing his body. After he arrived, he summoned hundreds of flying ants over like a shield protecting his body. His gaze was dark and sunken as he looked at Zhong Shou. When his gaze touched that lightning-winged flood dragon, his eyes constricted slightly. Then he laughed coldly. "I don't want to offend Long-Ing Martial Saint. Hand that thing to me and I can let the 2 of you die." Hearing those words, Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. However, at this moment all his arrangements were already done. His mood was really good and he was lazy to argue with this Ant Jinren. He directly pointed at the giant flood dragon in front of him and said, "Do you want that true dragon essence blood? However, since my lightning-winged yang snake has already rebuilt its physical body and formed a flood dragon body, do you think there is still a chance? Stop acting dumb. That true dragon essence blood is something that other people crave. What use do I have for it?" That Ant Jinren scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with sharpness. "I am not talking about the things of Juelong City, but the things that Xianlang sneakily took away that year. Don't tell me you don't know." Zhong Shoxin's heart moved. He knew that this person was definitely talking about the Grade 9 Dragon Pellet and Grade 8 Dragon Soul, as well as the thing within the pill bottle. Juelong City didn't know about this matter, but this Ant Jinren did. What a weird thing. No wonder this person was willing to take the risk of offending the dragon Shadow Old Man to the point of death to rob and kill him here. His face acted like he was at a loss. "What thing? I don't know. How are you sure that thing is on me?" "Why do I need to be sure? Since this true dragon essence blood is in your hands, then you Zhong Shou are naturally the most likely person to have it. As long as I kill you, naturally I will be able to confirm it." Ant Jinren's eyelids constricted, his soul power crazily spreading out. "I know that not long ago you defeated Long Ruhan and Nishuwei. However, I can't be compared to those 3 pieces of trash. Old man Long-Ing isn't here, so what can you Zhong Shou do? How long can you use that external pellet for? If you are smart, then hand it over." Zhong Shou originally wanted to say some nonsense to drag some time. However, at this moment, just looking at Ant Jinren's expression, he knew that this matter was impossible. Following which he laughed. "Then let's try it out." He stepped lightly, causing the 7-star spell altar to start to shake. In just a breath, he grabbed the tens of earth veins below. It was also connected to 5 heaven veins around. It caused the spiritual energy to flow over along the invisible veins. In this 50 feet area, in just a moment the spiritual energy increased by tens of times. Zhong Shou also felt that his soul power had swelled by close to 70% in that instant. Not only did his soul sense strengthen, but the area he could sense also expanded. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy he could control also increased by a lot. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This was a spirit master spell altar. No wonder in the last life those spirit masters with spell altars were so tough to deal with. It was as the book said, only with their own spell altar could spirit masters suppress martial cultivators in terms of combat strength, connecting to the spiritual veins, causing the use of spiritual energy to increase. This undoubtedly caused his spiritual cultivation strength to increase by a grade. I think you don't know how high the heavens are. Do you really think that after defeating Longro on Dragon Gathering Mountain and being taken in by Old Man Longing, you think you can do whatever you want within the cloud world? Do you think that with this 7-star spell altar and a giant lightning flood dragon, I can't do anything to you? That Ant Jinren laughed coldly, his voice filled with disdain and mocking intent. However, his eyes were staring right at the 7-star spell altar beneath Zhong Shou. Such a spiritual artifact spell altar only appears once in thousands of years. Like those small heaven and earth bags, they were all monopolized by the various sects and aristocratic families of the cloud world. Even with his wealth and strength, till date, he had no fate with them. His eyes slowly heated up, following which it turned back to a deathly still expression. Other people worry that you are the ruler of a country and killing you would be harmful to themselves. I, Ant Jinren, am not afraid at all. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. He pointed with his finger and instantly hundreds of flying ants charged down. After grabbing many crystal ants, they flew up thousands of feet and directly tossed them onto the spell altar. The lightning-winged flood dragon roared out furiously at this moment. It rose up and circled around the spell altar. It didn't do anything, only the lightning glow around its body suddenly exploded out, blowing the bodies of 200-odd crystal ants into pieces. To a grade 7 beast, these normal crystal ants that were at most grade 4 were like ants to it. It was like killing dogs, as easy as blowing off dust. Zhong Shou casually waved his sleeves. The 49 green leaf swords that he had arranged long ago appeared one by one, circling around the 7-star spell altar. The sword light flashed and in a moment, tens of crystal ants were all killed on the spot. Zhong Yuan and the demon Eye Silver Bear were at the back picking up the loose ends, killing the remaining crystal ants. Those crystal ants often showed signs of entering the spell altar before the purple spear image flashed out and pierced through them. Chapter 386. The entire area around the spell altar was filled with the broken shells of the crystal ants, as well as some blue liquid which scattered down. That Ant Jinren didn't care at all, chanting incantations in his mouth. Casually pointing out, hundreds of soldier ants rose into the air. On both sides of their bodies, a pair of wind wings spread out as they flew into the air. Their ability to fly was no weaker than those flying ants. Along with the 4-winged flying ants grabbing and throwing down the normal crystal ants, even that lightning-winged flood dragon wasn't able to fully protect them. Tens of crystal ants slipped past and charged into the sword formation. Zhong Shou was originally looking on quietly. At this moment he opened his eyes, suddenly grabbing the paperweight on the wooden table and heavily smacking it. In the next instance, he saw that the long banner with lightning and fire words written on it suddenly gave out a bright light. Numerous lightning glows and flames suddenly exploded out around the altar. merging with the lightning glow around the body of the lightning-winged flood dragon, instantly sweeping thousands of feet. It caused the surrounding region to be covered in lightning and flames. The buzzing sounds in the entire space instantly became silent. Even some grade 5 soldier ants weren't able to dodge in time. They were either blasted apart by the lightning or directly burned into carbon powder. They turned into fragments and fell down. When Aunt Jinren saw the situation, he laughed. Interesting. Only who knows how long you can last. Just as his voice landed, the tens of thousands of crystal ants below started to stir. Suddenly, a commotion broke out, and they started to bite and swallow each other. All of a sudden, it was a total mess. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but feel surprised. What was this Aunt Jinren doing? To say that this person had already lost the control of the demon fire crystal ants was impossible. In just tens of breaths, he saw some of the demon fire crystal ants that swallowed the flesh and blood of their own species suddenly swell up. Not only did their bodies increase, but their aura also instantly increased. In just tens of breaths, there were tens of soldier ants formed. They also had wind wings on their backs as they flew in the air. As for the total number of soldier ants, they had recovered to a total of 400. Following which Aunt Jinren chanted a spell, his hands forming a seal. His body actually retreated 10,000 feet, his lips filled with a cold disdain. Golden armor, copper skin. Extreme sharpness, greater extreme shadow. In just a short moment, all the flying ants and soldier ants surrounding the altar were enveloped in a layer of golden light. Regardless of whether it was the ferocious mouthpart or the carapace, they all seemed to have become much sturdier. The former was incomparably sharp, and often had the upper hand against Zhong Shou's 49 flying leaf swords. The carapace was almost unbreakable. Even if one was lucky enough to pierce through it, one would not be able to severely injure it. His speed increased by several times, pretty much reaching the grade 6 realm. He continued to charge back and forth, causing the sword formation around the spell altar to be in a mess. It was all because of Zhong Yuan's purple lightning spear that they were safe and sound, causing those soldier ants to get close to the spell altar. As for that Aunt Jinren, in the blink of an eye, he added several spells. Pretty much every addition would cause the combat strength of the soldier ants to increase by a few points. Zhong Shouxin's heart sank. This time it was really troublesome. If they were to fight, he would be able to suppress Aunt Jinren. However, this person was really experienced, using his strengths to make up for his weaknesses. He only used support spells to buff the ant swarm to increase their combat strength. Often when one spell was cast out, close to 1,000 crystal ants would benefit. They even retreated 10,000 feet, obviously not willing to fight head-on with him. Actually, the combat strength of the lightning-winged flood dragon beside him was far from that. It didn't even use a tenth of its lightning power. It was only because those silver-white soldier ants and six-winged flying ants were thousands of feet away, not moving at all, accumulating strength and waiting to strike. It also caused the winged flood dragon to be unable to use its full strength. A large portion of its energy was restricted by the close attendance of the Ant Queen, which was why he hated this kind of explosive troop flow the most. In the past, he had played a few virtual real-time strategy games with his friends. There were tens of times when he was killed by the numerous soldier ocean. Sighing to himself, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to toss out a few talismans which floated above the candle. He muttered incantations in his mouth, drawing tens of talismans on the 1,000-year peach wood sword in his hand. Swallow blood, calm energy, ice fire, pray for luck, destroy illusion, sharp metal. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there seemed to be several true talismans shining continuously. Then, he casually tossed out the peachwood sword. When it was 300 feet out, a golden light exploded. The wooden sword seemed to have turned into a top god weapon. Fire and water power wrapped around it. Just one sword and a soldier ant was killed. Then, when the peachwood sword pierced through it, it caused the soldier ant to turn into an empty shell. It actually sucked all the flesh and blood into the sword body. Then, the aura of the peachwood sword instantly exploded. Everywhere it passed, it was pretty much unstoppable. All the soldier ants and flying ants, no matter their grade, were all killed with one sword. Its speed was extremely swift. Every time after it swallowed the flesh and blood, a portion of it would be converted into an essence energy explosion to push the sword body forward. It didn't need Zhong Shou to buff it, just relying on swallowing the essence energy of the flesh and blood to maintain it. Zhong Shou held up the gavel and smacked the table once more. The 49 fallen leaf swords were also covered in a layer of golden light, becoming much sharper. There was also a slight wind around it, numerous lightning glows covered it, causing the speed of the sword to increase. He didn't cultivate the wind talisman. His spiritual cultivation power wasn't as good as that ant Jinren. However, at this moment, using the power of the lightning, its speed was several times better than those soldier ant. It spun around and in a moment, within 1,000 feet, numerous pieces of flesh and blood scattered down. Then, the entire spell altar sped up once more, directly smashing towards where Aunt Jinren was at. If this person was willing to block, then it was okay. If he didn't dare, then this spell altar could directly charge into the cloud ocean. He was betting that this Aunt Jinren wouldn't sit still and watch him escape from the cloud ocean. As expected, when Aunt Jinren saw that, his eyes constricted and his expression changed. However, he didn't appear to stop him. Instead, he retreated once more, waving his sleeve. Below, there were thousands of demon fire crystal ants swallowing one another once more. Just as Zhong Shou's spell altar charged forwards for 10 miles, a giant crystal ant the size of a small mountain swelled out. Its aura was maniacal, directly reaching the peak of grade 6. In terms of strength, it was hundreds of times stronger than those 6-winged flying ants. However, its strength was a little weaker, not reaching grade 7. A furious roar rang out, and balls of devilish flames suddenly ignited within a radius of several tens of thousands of feet. It spread throughout the entire space and charged into the clouds. Its movement speed wasn't slow either. The spell altar changed directions several times but was blocked. Instead, it was forced back by the sky covering demon flames. Zhong Shou also took in a deep cold breath. This Aunt Jinren's control of the ant swarm was actually so strong to such an extent. Luckily, before this, he had already prepared the 100-mile quiet scent as a killing move. If not, at this moment, he would only feel despair. He also waved his sleeves and several talismans were shot out. Spiritual light scattered and landed on Zhong Yuan's body behind him. Little gold which was wrapped around his left arm also left his body and wrapped around the purple lightning spear. Zhong Yuan understood, not waiting for Zhong Shou to instruct him. He had already jumped up, his spear sweeping through the air like a shooting star as he swiftly descended towards where the giant soldier ant was. First, threads of lightning flashed, following which numerous lightning glows turned into a giant lightning dragon, wrapping around his body and the spear body. Maniacal lightning flashed. When the lightning glow accumulated to the maximum, Zhong Yuan's body flashed. He was invincible, killing tens of soldier ants and flying ants that tried to block him. Abruptly charging in front of the giant crystal ant, where the tip of the spear pointed, the carapace all exploded out. A ball of flesh and blood exploded. Where Zhong Yuan's spear passed, he pretty much plowed the giant crystal ant horizontally, piercing a giant hole. However, in that instance, numerous demon fire crystal ants crazily surged over. Zhong Yuan didn't dare to stay any longer, jumping up once more. The spear shadow flashed as he consecutively killed several soldier ants, barely managing to return to the spell altar. At this moment, after the giant crystal ant gave out a maniacal roar, it was close to going crazy, charging about in pain. That Ant Jinren didn't care at all, laughing coldly. So what? These children of mine are endless. I want to see how long you all can last. When he said that, the giant crystal ant had already calmed down, swallowing and killing close to 100 crystal ants around. In a few breaths, one could see that within the giant hole, flesh and blood were rolling about, crazily filling up the hole. That shell also seemed to be healing bit by bit. However, at this moment, that peachwood sword also suddenly fell down. It directly pierced through the hole and started to swallow. The giant flesh and blood sword body couldn't take it in, directly turning into essence energy before exploding at the side. Pretty much each explosion was like grade 5 or even grade 6 spirit beasts exploding themselves, extremely intense. The giant crystal ant first entered a frenzied state once more, but not long later it had no more strength, laying on the ground on its last breath. The shell around its body was filled with numerous holes. In just a short moment there was no more breathing. When that peachwood sword pierced out, the layer of golden light on the sword body became thicker and thicker. It also became stronger and stronger. With one sword sweeping, 10 soldier ants would die on the spot. All their flesh and blood were sucked by the sword body. When Ant Jinren saw the situation, his expression changed slightly, looking fearfully at the 1,000-year peachwood sword. Who knows what demonic technique this Zhongshou used? It caused this normal 1,000-year peachwood sword to be comparable to grade 8 and above spiritual weapons, like its strength was endless. The soldier ants he controlled were totally unable to block it. A giant crystal ant consumed 3,000 of his demon fire crystal ants and was also Zhongshou. If this continued, the tens of thousands of crystal ants here would be killed one by this sword. In the past, when he fought with people, he never personally acted. He always used the ant swarm to exhaust them to death. At this moment, he also experienced that feeling of helplessness. Chapter 387. What a great battle! Purely relying on spells to be able to fight on the same level as that Ant Jinren. Interesting. This Zhongshou is really not ordinary. Before this, I underestimated him. Just as the explosions spread out tens of miles away, a young man was laughing. It was a young man who was laughing non-stop. However, there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Beside him stood a tall woman in a white dress. However, the left sleeve of her dress was fluttering in the wind, and it was covered in dark red dried blood. Occasionally one could see fresh blood seeping out and dyeing the sleeve red. Her beautiful face was ashen white. She was Xiongyu, who had met Zhongshou not long ago. She was originally resting here to heal up. Zhongshou's fire and water spiral energy was really vicious. Till date, she was still unable to heal up the wound on her broken arm. At this moment, she stood up and looked out, her face filled with shock. Compared to not long ago when Zhongshou defeated Long Ruo and the other two, she wasn't any weaker. After all, at that time, Zhongshou relied on Long Ying's strength. At this moment, he was relying on his own strength to go head-on against this Ant Jinren. Thinking about it for a moment, Xiongyu suddenly opened her mouth. Who does young Master Li Han think will win and lose? That is hard to say. That Ant Jinren hasn't used his trump card. The demon fire crystal ants that have appeared should be less than half of his. As for that Zhongshou, he also kept a large portion of his strength. This person's sword path is one with the spirit. Although his martial path cultivation is only at the martial ancestor realm, his martial strength is really strong. Below the ascended realm, he should be top. The battle today is most probably Zhongshou's loss. That Zhongshou's chances of winning are at most 20%. However, I think that even if he loses, he most probably has trump cards to retreat safely. He might even have a way to heavily injure this ant Jinren, unavoidable a situation where both sides suffer heavy losses. That young master expressionlessly swept Xiongyu and then scoffed, "I know you want to kill him. Forget it. This was a rare opportunity. If possible, I will lend you a hand. Coincidentally, I am interested in that Ant Jinren's demon fire ant queen. It's really a waste for such a top spiritual pet to fall into his hands." As he said that, Li Han's eyes shone slightly. "I heard that this Zong Shou's net worth is not bad. I've wanted that 7-star spell altar for a long time. The Qianquan bags of Long Ruo and the other two must have landed in his hands." He was also a little curious as to what the thing that Aunt Jinren wanted was for him to risk his life like that. He didn't hesitate to offend Long Ying. While he spoke, he already treated Aunt Jinren and Zong Shou like they were already in the bag. Xiongyu did not mind at all, her face glowing even more. She knew that Li Han's ability might not be as good as Long Ruo, but he was definitely better than Han Nishui. Just as he was about to thank him, he saw Li Han's gaze turn ice-cold. "However, you will have to deal with this person yourself. It is best if you don't have anything to do with my Lai Lingli family. If you reveal any flaws, I, Li Han, will definitely take your life first." The joy in Xiongyu's chest instantly dimmed by a little. She knew what Li Han meant. Zong Shou's identity was special. He was the ruler of a country. The Li family had many cultivators, and he definitely wouldn't want to personally be stained with his blood. He also didn't want to offend Long Ying for her. However, this was also within his expectations. He wanted to take revenge and protect the foundations of Blazing Flame Mountain, so he had to pay a price. There were many things in the world that the Lai Lingli family had their hands tied up, and it was inconvenient for them. There was no harm in letting them, the people of the secular world, handle it. This was also the reason why the Li family would join hands with Blazing Flame Mountain. Just as her heart turned cold and killing intent rose up, Xiongyu suddenly felt a trace of fragrance waft into her nose. Before she could react, it had already drilled into her lungs. She first instinctively wanted to expel it. However, a moment later, she felt her mind clear up a little. Even her injuries seemed to have gotten better. Her brows furrowed as she looked towards the source of the fragrance, only to see that tens of miles away on Zong Shou's spell altar, there were several incense sticks burning. In the next moment, she heard Li Han say, "Interesting. This incense can increase one's soul power and make one's mind clear. That is not bad. Using it to fight can make one calm down. Who knows where this Zong Shou found it? It is a good thing. Is it something that Li Yuandan refined?" Whilst speaking, Li Han took in a deep breath. Like he was really enjoying it. The bit of wariness in Xiongyu's heart disappeared, and she didn't bother anymore. She focused her attention once more. She looked tens of miles away. However, a moment later she felt weird. At the start, when she smelled the fragrance, it was okay. However, after a long while she felt annoyed. She didn't know the reason why. "I have underestimated you." Pretty much the same words were spat out from Aunt Jinren's mouth. Just as the 7-star spell altar charged out 10 miles once more, Aunt Jinren's body once again appeared in front of the spell altar. A few 6-winged flying ants still wrapped around his body. However, he still didn't directly attack to stop him. His mouth suddenly opened and gave out a really weird buzzing sound which seemed to have some sort of rhythm, following which the soil layer below suddenly rumbled. Numerous demon fire crystal ants rolled out from the ground just like that. The number of ants that had been reduced to 40,000 had increased to 120,000 in an instant. A portion of them directly started to swallow one another, eating one another's flesh and blood. In just tens of breaths, there were tens of giant crystal ants that started to swell. The vast demon fire stretched tens of miles. It blocked all the paths into the cloud ocean. It also pressed closer to where the spell altar was. Aunt Jinren's eyes were filled with a mocking expression. Like he was saying that if you can kill one, then can you kill two? 10? There are tens of thousands of demon fire crystal ants here. Can you kill all of them? Zhong Shou's body was covered in goosebumps. Even Zhong Yuan frowned tightly, trying his best to avoid looking below. Numerous crystal ants were densely packed like an ocean as they surged below. There was also that disgusting scene of them swallowing one another. Such a feeling was indeed not good. However, for some reason, the expressions on their faces relaxed slightly, like they heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou controlled the spell altar to crazily retreat backwards. With that 1,000-year peach-wood sword taking care of all the crystal ants that got close. In just one move, they were all killed. However, the speed of those giant crystal ants was a little faster. In just a moment, they had already chased up. They tightly surrounded the 7-star spell altar. Demon fire charged into the sky, locking onto one another and sealing up the surrounding space with flames. Tens of thousands of feet away, Zhong Shou could feel the shocking flame power that could burn a high-grade spiritual weapon. The 1,000-year peach-wood sword that was invincible before couldn't even get close now. At this moment, Aunt Jinren's face was slightly flushed red. Who knows if it was because he used up too much soul power? He said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance, hand over those things yourself. Although I don't want to offend that longing old man, if I have no choice, I won't hesitate to kill him. Your Highness, please think about it and give me an answer within 20 breaths." Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear anything, looking around. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat to. At this moment, it was most probably impossible to delay any longer. He looked at the 400-mile quiet incense. At this moment, half of it was already burnt. The time should be about up. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. Zhong Shou smiled. In just 5 breaths, he shook his head. "I don't need 20 breaths, I can give you an answer now." A sword light charged out from the center of his brows and entered the fire-een sword at his waist. The sword's shadow instantly flew up and charged into the sky. Different from before, at this moment his soul came out of his body, directly using the soul of his main body to control this grade 8 spiritual weapon. The soul power that he tried his best to save before was crazily burning like it didn't cost anything, providing vast amounts of energy. With just a flash, he charged into the demon flame. With just a spinning slash, he directly sliced a giant crystal ant in half. He directly used the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to absorb. In just a moment, he absorbed all the vital energy in the body of the giant crystal ant, following which an extremely sharp spinning slash headed towards where Aunt Jinren was. He directly sliced it. On the sword body there was a dragon roar. A full 9 long ings suddenly circled around the sword body. Aunt Jinren wasn't shocked but delighted instead. Although he was shocked by Zhong Shou's extremely sharp sword attack, he didn't care. He continued to laugh coldly. "You are finally willing to come out." With a thought, the few 6-winged flying ants around him directly went up. There were also hundreds of soldier ants which gathered around him, like a giant shield. In the distance, outside of the spell altar, a full 1,000 flying ants crazily started to charge, not tossing those normal crystal ants anymore. They directly flew down. Even those grade 6 6-winged flying ants and silver soldier ants were mixed within. Where their mouths pointed at was the body of Zhong Shou, who was sitting numbly on the ground. However, just as joy flashed on Aunt Jinren's face, those ant swarm were about to collide with the flying leaf sword formation outside of the spell altar. He saw that including those 6-winged flying ants, all the demon fire crystal ant. No matter what grade they were all shaking like they had lost all their strength. The lightning-winged flood dragon which had been circling around the spell altar shook. The lightning glow around its body increased by tens of times. With one spin, it swept the hundreds of crystal ants around down. As for these nimble flying ants, they had no way of retreating at all. They were pretty much allowed to be slaughtered. In a blink of an eye, they were all cleared out. Even the soldier ants in front of him were the same. Not only did their flying speed decrease, some soldier ants even directly fell down. The huge shield instantly disintegrated. Ant Jinren's expression couldn't help but change slightly. When he tried to raise his soul power, he felt an unusual annoyance in his chest. His heart was instantly shocked. You used poison? Chapter 388. You used poison? How can you use poison? That voice was filled with fear, but it was obviously weak and powerless. Ant Jinren went all out, using all his body protecting treasures. However, before he was able to use soul power to spread them out, they all fell to the ground. Zhong Shou was lazy to speak nonsense with this person, slashing out with the fire-een sword and slicing off Ant Jinren's head. With a twist of the sword light, his soul was wiped out, cleanly ending this person's life. The moment Ant Jinren fell, all of the ant swarms fell into chaos. Those demon fire crystal ants went berserk in all directions. However, they were already poisoned and injured. Although they were in a frenzy, they were obviously powerless. As for those giant crystal ants, their bodies directly exploded, blood and meat scattering all about. Without Ant Jinren restraining them, they couldn't even maintain their own bodies. As for the remaining flying ants, they all fell to the ground, unable to fly. Pretty much at the same time, tens of miles away, Li Han's face was ashen white like paper. This incense is poisonous. His hand grabbed his neck, pretty much unable to breathe. Li Han went all out, stuffing all the antidote pills in his heaven and earth bag into his mouth. Xiong Yu's face turned green. She really wanted to slap Li Han's face. It was okay if he couldn't recognize that the incense was poisonous, but he still wanted to show off. Just a few breaths ago, he acted like an expert and viciously sucked in a few mouthfuls. It would be weird if he wasn't poisoned. She also blamed herself for being dumb, thinking that Li Han was knowledgeable and with his ascended cultivation, he wouldn't be unable to recognize the poison. However, she believed him. Luckily, her situation was slightly better. The moment she noticed that something wasn't right, she was wary, totally stopping her breathing. Although she was poisoned, it wasn't too deep. At this moment, she consecutively took out several antidote pills and consumed them. She also used the true qi in her body to chase away the poison. In the end, she noticed that it was useless. The poison was actually mixed with her true qi. It was totally mixed together. There was her in it, there was her in me, they merged and intertwined, unable to separate from one another. The antidote pills' effects were even more limited. She only felt an intense dizziness in her head. Even if the aura around her forcefully repelled the strands of aura, she was unable to expel them. Instead, it seeped into his pores and continued to seep in. His entire body felt like it was on fire, as if it was about to spontaneously combust. He wanted to tear off all his clothes. Is it the pure gold scorpion powder of the Pill Fountain sect? No, this should be mixed poison. In his memory, only the famous scarlet gold scorpion powder of the Pill Fountain sect had such an effect. However, she couldn't even resist one of the other poisons. He looked at Li Han, who was already completely powerless and could only sit cross-legged on the ground, trying to expel the poison. Xiong Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned around and left without hesitation. His figure shuttled back and forth like lightning. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Li Han away, but the poison was getting stronger and stronger, and her consciousness was getting dizzier and dizzier. He was afraid that if he delayed a little, he would be burdened and die here. In Xiong Yu's mind, at this moment, there was only one thought. That was to flee. Before she fainted, she had to flee as far as possible. On the corpse of Ant Jinren, Zhong Shou's soul had already ridden the sword and returned to his body. Then, he once again flew above Ant Jinren's corpse. His eyes were looking towards the south in confusion. There seemed to be some movement there. There were 2 rats that seemed to have been affected by his 100-mile quiet scent. Interesting, his lips curled up. Zhong Shou didn't have the mood to bother about it. When he turned around, the Kenzo sect was looking at the ant swarm on the ground with lingering fear. They were all on their last breaths, not far from death. Ruler, if this poison is used on the battlefield, it can easily wipe out millions of troops without any effort. Even ascended experts, if they don't know their foundations, they won't be able to escape. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. Although this 100-mile quiet scent is good, it goes against the harmony of the heavens. In the future, there were many examples of using poison gas to battle. However, the outcome of these people wasn't good. Even the demon sect, after a few times, suffered from the alliance of the righteous path to destroy them. Zhong Shou himself wouldn't do such a thing. When he did things, he would stop at nothing, but he had his bottom line. That Zhong Yuan obviously wasn't willing for such a poisonous thing to appear on the battlefield. After hearing that, his face relaxed. His brows furrowed. That demon crystal ant queen. Who knows where this ant Jinren hid it? I will go search. I don't think there is a need. That demon fire ant queen is most probably here. Zhong Shou shook his head, directly using his sword to slice open the clothes of Ant Jinren. In the next instance, he saw that the back of Ant Jinren had turned into a bug body. It wasn't that a human turned into a bug, but that the 2 of them had merged together. Even with Zhong Yuan's character and knowledge, he couldn't help but feel disgusted and want to vomit. He had killed many people, no less than thousands of people on the battlefield had died in his hand. He had seen all sorts of disgusting and bloody scenes and could see them as normal. However, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. As expected, it is the symbiosis technique. No wonder it could turn this demon fire ant queen into a natural protector beast. However, this fellow's success and failure is also because of this. Zhong Shou shook his head, feeling emotional. Although this method could obtain the help of 100,000 crystal ants, it would allow one to have the ability to contend against a 7th level, and even win in battle. However, after this person merged with the Ant Queen, be it spiritual cultivation or martial path, it was tough to break through to grade 7. It pretty much destroyed any hope of improving in the future. This Ant Jinren also had a small heaven and earth bag which he carried by his side. Zhong Shou squinted his eyes, casually reaching out and grabbing it in his hand. Moments later, he took out an item. It was a branch of a flower, and on the branches and leaves there were 2 fruit. It was already mature, the 2 merged together, no distinction between you and me. Bingji Lingzi? This person probably didn't come for the item hidden in the bottle, but for the grade 8 dragon soul. In that instance, Zhong Shou came back to his senses. This Bingji Lingzi should be the item that Ant Jinren used to merge with the Ant Queen. This person was really lucky. Who knows where he found a pair of Bingji Lingzi from? If he could turn this grade 8 giant lightning dragon soul into a natural protector beast, using its extreme yang strength, there was a chance he could force the demon fire ant queen to be assimilated with him. Breaking out into a laugh, Zhong Shou carefully used his sword to slice open the body of the demon fire ant queen. In an instant, countless insect eggs slid out from within. They were only the size of a needle and were hidden within a bag. When Zhong Yuan saw this, he felt even more disgusted. Thinking about how these demon fire crystal ants were born from the body of this Ant Jinren, he felt his chest rumble. However, he forced himself to bear with it, looking carefully. Then, he was attracted by a golden bug egg. Compared to the other ant eggs, this one was much bigger. It was the size of a fist and had a golden glow. There were numerous stars on it. Zhong Shou also noticed it, casually using his sword to pick it up before holding it in his hand. He closed his eyes and checked for a moment before he knew what it was. It is the egg of the Ant Queen. When it is born, it will be a demon fire ant queen. Such an elite beast group would leave a way out for the continuation of their bloodline at any time. For an ant queen egg to be left behind was within his expectations. Zhong Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew that this type of queen-level crystal ant was a top protector beast. Not to mention its ability to fight across grades, just the endless amount of ant queens, after they were nurtured to a high grade, was the same as holding a 100,000 army that would listen to orders. They weren't normal soldiers, but at least above Xiantian. Zhong Shou's expression was still calm as usual. Unfortunately, after this ant queen is born, it will at most be grade 4. Rank 4 magic fire crystal ants. The strongest soldier ants produced would only be rank 3. 5 soldier ants. To nurture it to a high grade, one would need to spend a lot of time. To him, it was useless. It was a waste to give up and tasteless to eat. Although this demon fire ant group was strong, it didn't fit his fighting style, and he hated it. Suddenly, his heart moved as he thought back to what that old man longing told him before he left. He said that he didn't need to be too careful in the future. Although that heaven-swallowing venerable went crazy because of this technique. However, it was mostly due to him abusing it. He also said that the heaven-swallowing venerable used it in the wrong place. In the future, he could carefully study it and not stop eating because of choking. These views happened to coincide with his. Before this, he felt that if this heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique was only used to steal the vital energy of others and use it for himself, it was a waste. Recently, when he formed that swallow word true talisman and comprehended the mysteries within, he felt more and more like that. Thinking about it like that, the inspiration in Zhong Shou's mind became clearer and clearer. His pupils were first empty and spread out, having no focus at all. Then, it swiftly constricted, giving off a sharp glow. In the next instance, Zhong Shou's body flashed. Within this 10-mile radius, he drew runes and talismans all around, burying numerous beast crystals all around. In the end, he rushed back to the side of Ant Shinran before those demon fire crystal ants all died. First, on the bug egg, he used Spirit Demon and Grade 7 Beast Crystal Powder. He drew numerous Purify Word talismans which were closely packed together, merging with one another such that there were no blind spots. Then, he rubbed the antidote of the 100-mile quiet fragrance on the golden ant egg. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou suppressed the anxious emotions in his heart. Following which, he said swallow word. His hand grabbed the ant egg, and the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique exploded out. Instantly, within the bodies of all the crystal ants in this region, many ant souls floated up. Then, they were smashed by a vast power. Zhong Shou gathered them over. There were also numerous pieces of flesh and blood, which all melted and turned into vital energy and essence energy. They were led by the spiritual formation that Zhong Shou laid out towards the center of the formation. However, Zhong Shou didn't absorb all of this into his body. Instead, he directly shifted and injected it bit by bit into the crystal ant egg. Chapter 389. Those demon fire crystal ants mostly still had consciousness. However, at this moment it was like they knew that Zhong Shou's method was helping them strengthen their descendants, so they didn't resist at all. It made it several times easier for Zhong Shou to use the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. He could split some effort to purify all the soul power and essence energy before injecting them into the bug egg. He was afraid that the speed was too quick and would damage the structure within. As time went on, the golden bug egg's glow became brighter and brighter. It was originally specks of golden light that were unevenly distributed. At this moment, it spread out and covered all corners of the eggshell. The entire process took 12 hours. When all the beast crystals around couldn't take it anymore, they all shattered. When all the essence energy, and vital energy in this space were all released, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Within 10 miles, there were only many empty shells of demon fire crystal ants left. The bug egg in Zhong Shou's hand had already turned black. Ruler, just now Zhong Yuan's face was filled with shock. Before this, he didn't dare to disturb and cause Zhong Shou to be distracted. At this moment, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and shock. It is just a cultivation method. It can swallow everything in heaven and earth and convert it into essence energy. Casually explaining, Zhong Shou looked at the bug egg in his hand. He wasn't as secretive about the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique as before. Since it wasn't a true demon path cultivation method, then everything was easy. Sending his spiritual sense in once more, Zhong Shou could slightly differentiate. He could clearly feel that the grade of this bug egg had increased. 120,000 crystal ants along with all the essence energy and soul power of the ant queen were all gathered within, shrinking into a ball. It was pretty much endless. It made this ant queen's egg seem to have unlimited potential. Grade 6. 5. He could roughly deduce the rough grade of this ant queen that had hatched. Zhong Shou thought back to Aunt Jinren, who took out the Biji Lingxiang from his small heaven and earth bag. This item was a really rare spiritual treasure, able to cause any beast to use a symbiotic relationship to become a natural protector beast like his lightning-winged flood dragon. Then, Zhong Shou's consciousness started to jump. Zhong Yuan, do you remember that 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling? Li Yaling? I remember. Although I haven't fought with that person, I have seen him once. If he didn't die in Ruler's hands, his future achievements would be several times greater than Long Ruo's. That killing path sword technique, wife, mother, and son, he had already evolved to the extreme. Then do you know that this person had a protector beast? And at that time it was already grade 3. Only then did Zhong Yuan's expression turn into shock. How was it possible for a pure martial cultivator to subdue a guardian spirit beast? Zhong Shou smiled. He coincidentally knew the secret method that Li Yaling used to subdue protector beasts. He obtained it from the items that this person left behind. However, he didn't pay much attention to it as his subordinates also didn't need it. However, at this moment he had other thoughts. It was a waste not to use this Biji Lingxiang. His tone changed, filled with temptation. Zhong Yuan, do you want a natural protector beast? Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed, following which his gaze landed on Zhong Shou's hand. Following which he decisively shook his head. If this is the egg of the demon fire ant queen, then forget it. Thinking back to the disgusting situation on Aunt Jinren's body, Zhong Yuan was unwilling even if he was beaten to death. Even if Zhong Shou insisted, he wouldn't reject. However, in his heart, he wouldn't be as loyal as before. Don't worry. It isn't this item. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh and kept the egg in his hand. As the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. It is a grade 8 spirit beast and it is compatible with your body type. Along with your spear technique, it can raise power by several times. It also isn't a simple symbiosis technique. He thought to himself that if this person and soul merged, he would have to avoid it. In this cloud world, there were less than 5 young talents who could beat this fellow. On the battlefield, he could pretty much sweep everything. However, thinking about those 2 items, Zhong Shou felt heart-pained. Turning his head, he saw that Zhong Yuan was half believing and half doubting, obviously filled with doubt. Zhong Shou couldn't help but be furious. Forget it, it is still too early to talk about this matter. To subdue a grade 8 protector beast, you need at least grade 7 cultivation. Let's talk about this when you step into the ascended realm. However, during this period of time, it is best if you cultivate your soul power. To use this technique, you need to be at least at the out-of-body realm. Zhong Shou replied with an "oh," agreeing without much of a care, thinking to himself that this was going to be problematic. Ascended realm was easy. Since he cultivated the insight mysterious lightning body training art and consumed the blood of the spirit salamander every day, his foundation had improved a lot. Xiao Chen felt that his foundation, which had been shaky due to his rapid advancement, was slowly stabilizing. His physical body continued to strengthen, and the amount of thunder energy he could absorb increased. This time within the Dragon Gate, not only did his spear sense cultivation improve greatly, he also obtained the favor of some old man Long Ing and obtained many benefit. He could feel that at most in 2 years, he would be able to enter the Ascended Realm. However, it was tough to cultivate spiritual techniques. His true chi, especially after he changed to the Maniac Lightning Spear, was extremely tough and young, clashing with soul power. The out-of-body realm, if he didn't have any other methods, was just far away. However, since he took revenge and fulfilled his vow, he wasn't willing to go against Zhong Shou's orders. Even if that order didn't make sense, no matter how preposterous, he had to do it. On the side of Zhong Shou, he didn't notice the change in Zhong Yuan's eyes. His brows furrowed as he thought about it, deciding to destroy the corpses. The death of Aunt Jinren would definitely shock the Cloud World. It would be even more shocking than Long Ruo's body being smashed by him. This egg of the insect queen was even more tempting. Tens of talismans were thrown out, the entire 10 miles of land was lit up in flames. It didn't stop for a long time. In just a few minutes, a large half of the crystal ant shells along with the body of Aunt Jinren were all burned. However, there was a small portion that after 2 hours, it still didn't move, showing no signs of melting. Zhong Shou swept with his spiritual power, picking it up. The moment he got it, he knew that these shell fragments were the essence of those demon fire crystal ant. The strength of the material was something that even grade 7 spiritual weapons wouldn't be able to move. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou kept it all into his small heaven and earth bag. Then, his eyes focused as he looked towards the small hills in the south with some doubt. Out of the 2 rats from before, only one was left. The one that left seemed to be the weakest one, and the one that was left seemed to have no signs of life. He originally didn't want to bother, however, this situation was a little weird. Flying up, Zhong Shou rode on his sword and swiftly flew. In just 100 breaths, he arrived in the sky above, only to see that there was a small spiritual formation that was exquisite, able to block off aura and cover one's aura. However, at this moment, as there was no one in charge, there was a weakness. Before this, Zhong Shou only sensed that there was someone spying on this side until the ant swarm poison acted up and Aunt Jinren was killed. After landing, Zhong Shou saw a young man whose face was purple and gold lying on the ground. His life force was already cut off, there was no sign of life. His skin and limbs were showing signs of rotting. That was the poison of the 100-mile quiet fragrance which was corroding his body. Looking at his face, it was a little familiar. Zhong Shou thought for a long while before recalling that this was the person who stood beside Xiongyu a few days ago. That throat-slicing action and the disdain in his eyes all made one worry about his memory. Zhong Shou frowned and waved his sleeves. A gust of wind blew from the ground, grabbing the person's belongings in his hand. Inside, there was also a small heaven and earth bag. It was actually a top-quality 2,000 feet wide bag. After Zhong Shou took a look, his face kept changing, suddenly dark and suddenly bright. It's probably someone from the Lai Lingli family. His identity shouldn't be low. Zhong Yuan coincidentally rushed over at this moment. After hearing that, his brows furrowed as he looked startled at the corpse. He thought to himself, how was his identity just not low? This person's martial path cultivation was obviously at the ascended realm. In terms of spiritual cultivation, he was also really strong, at the peak of the return to Sun realm. In any aristocratic family or sect, he would be a core disciple with a limitless future. However, at this moment, he was only left with an ice-cold corpse. Zhong Shou was stunned for a long while before he sighed. This was too legendary. He accidentally poisoned a 7th-stage powerhouse to death. Zhong Yuan, how can there be such a stupid person in this world? This 100-mile quiet fragrance is indeed a special poison, but it shouldn't have no time to react. How can this antidote pill be eaten so casually? Furthermore, if he shamelessly ran out to ask me for help when he was poisoned, would I just sit there and not do anything? Zhong Yuan was also speechless as he walked up, carefully looking at the corpse. He knew why this person had died. Being poisoned too deeply was one of the reasons. In a panic, he ate too many antidote pills, which caused the 100-mile quiet fragrance to mutate, causing the poison to become more severe. This was another reason. Anyways, this person did die in a weird way. He also died a little unjustly. Zhong Shou thought about the other rat that had escaped. If it was as expected, it was that woman. Do you think that Xiong Yu will report to the Li family when she returns? Add oil to the fire? Zhong Yuan took in a deep breath, following which he shook his head. That might not be the case. She won't be able to escape responsibility. If news of this person's death spreads out in Dragon Gathering Mountain, the Lai Ling Li family will not let Blazing Flame Mountain go. Zhong Shou's face didn't relax at all. He knew that this time he had caused a lot of trouble, although he would have to face this Lai Ling Li family sooner or later. Who knows why, but at this moment he thought about how this Li family person was one of the people who forced Zhong Weiran into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Violence rose in his heart, and he wanted to wipe out their entire family. After Zhong Shou disappeared, the remaining father and son relationship shouldn't be so strong. However, to deal with the Li family, his strength was far from enough. Some things needed to be done in advance. For example, the mount of the Blood Cloud Armored Cavalry, Dragon Horned Winged Horse. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.